Hello, folks. I am Charles Deering, and we're ready to roll again. Let me let a few folks get in here, and then we'll get rolling. Going to continue right where we left off. It is a chilly Saturday here in Gatesville, Texas. As far as I know, John Nave is watching. I don't see any reason why we can't get going, but just know that when I'm the only one here on the panel, I do have to stop occasionally to read comments and questions. I was going to use an awl to round out some of these pilot holes, which I may still do. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. I was trying to do it before the live stream went live, but I ran out of time. But it makes finding the pilot holes easier by feel. Now I have, let me get this blade out of here so I don't break it. I have put dots on all the pilot holes so I can find them by visual. But if we can, this is all I have, but use this to make the pilot holes a little bit bigger on the bottom side, and hopefully we'll get in there quicker. And I already found a spot. If anybody has any comments or questions, please put them out there. I will address them. But I don't want to do a whole lot of talking with nobody in the chat, so that would be kind of silly. I should have used this ice pick thingy to hog out the holes before I put the dots on them, because I could have put the dots on them just to show which ones I had already been to. But I'll try to remember to start doing that. Helps you find them by feel quicker. And I'm doing it off camera because there's no reason to do it off camera. I thought it was going to go through the pilot hole, but it's not. But hopefully this will help find the pilot hole quicker by feel, because I am what they call a bottom feeder, feeding the blade through the hole at the bottom of the piece instead of the top. So we're going to see how much we can get done today, and hopefully get a second live stream in. But I was going to try to get a second one in yesterday, but I slept entirely too long. Now what I'm doing right now will make it more embarrassing if I can't find the pilot holes, because it should make it easier, but should is the key word. I'm not going to do every one of them, or we'll be here all day. These two are the ones we're going to be doing soon. Hello, Gabriel Johnson, watching over on Facebook. Appreciate you. I'm just hogging out some of the pilot holes from the back to make them easier to find. I should probably do more in the area that I plan on cutting next since we're going down the piece, so let me go there. It helps to have good eyesight, but I do not. I don't know if that's a pilot hole or not. If it is, I didn't go through very good. It might be. Y'all bear with me. I tried to get this done before we went live, but I never time it right. But please do not hold back if you have any comments or questions, because I welcome them. Hello, Dennis. Woodden is watching over on YouTube. What do y'all got going on this fine Saturday? I spent most of the morning feeding, watering, and cleaning out our chicken coop. That was fun. But it needed to be done. By the way, that number 348 is how many cuts are in it, and then realized I forgot 2 pilot holes, so it's actually 350. I didn't used to count pilot holes or cuts until I started doing these live streams. But we always make a contest out of it, or most of the time. Now, after doing this, it's going to be more embarrassing if I can't find a pilot hole. Just a few more, and then we'll start cutting again. All right, that should be enough for now. Hopefully you can hear enough to be entertained with Dennis. I need to clamp down my laptop so it doesn't vibrate off the table. Most people don't have to deal with unique things like that. Seems like the humidity picked up a little bit because the piece is cupped a little more than it was, but that'll be solved by gluing to the backer. And we're starting with the same blade we ended with yesterday, so it has been used. Apparently I didn't hog enough of the holes out. Using number 5 flat-ended Flying Dutchman spirals, and the saw is a 22-inch Wagner, and the wood is 1/4-inch maple ply. Hello, John Nave. That's all right, John. Sometimes life gets in the way. If you're watching on Facebook, you can't see the YouTube comments and vice versa. That's why I read them out loud. It says we got 10 folks watching. Y'all don't be shy. Y'all feel free to throw comments and questions out there. You don't have to be on topic. All I ask is that they be family friendly. And mine and Russ Meadows' sleep schedule is opposite of each other. He woke up as I was in the live stream yesterday and went to bed before I started this one. So I don't know when we'll be back together. For those that don't know who Russ Meadows is, he's usually the guy that's on the panel here with me reading the comments and questions. Woodden says, finish my Indian Head project and it lifts up my spirits so that I will forever be in your debt. Well, thank you, sir. Wait, I mixed up two different comments because it moved as I was reading. Finish my Indian Head. Check it out on Facebook. I'm not real happy with the end project. John Nave says, I love you as a brother, Charles, and it lifts up my spirits so much that I will forever be in your debt. Well, I appreciate that, John. And we're our own worst critic there, Dennis, so I get it. But from what I saw, it looked like the design did, so I'm not sure why you don't like the hair. I don't know how I managed to read from two different paragraphs and combine them. Leave it to me. It's a beautiful looking day where I'm at, but it's a little nippy, but not unbearable. Y'all probably dealing with snow and crap where y'all are. This is one of those projects where I should be using a foot switch because I have to kind of twist around to turn the power on, but I'm good. If it looks like the piece is vibrating, it is because it's not flush to the table. So nothing wrong with your eyes besides what Dennis just talked about. But if I was worried about anything breaking, I'd have my fingers closer to the blade, but I'm not. And Dennis says, I had a hard time cutting out the hair. I'm sorry to hear that. John Nave says, the birds are chirping away, only 40 days till spring. Nice and sunny, a warm -8 degrees here. You can see your breath. Hello, Herb. And Dennis says it's raining where he is. I'm not a fan of rain. Let's take us a drink. Hello, Josh. And we haven't broken any blades yet. We haven't gotten a whole lot done yet. So you haven't missed anything. The blade is a little bit dull because it's one we used yesterday, but I'll use it till it breaks unless it just gets really hard to cut. Josh says I'm going to be in and out today trying to put a light in the closet. I'm not a fan of that kind of stuff, but it is usually only 2 wires. But I'm not an electrician, so you don't listen to me. I think I'm on the side where I didn't do a whole lot of hogging out of the holes, so I'm going to do a few more over here. I heard that song swinging before I started the live stream, so it's kind of stuck in my head. Y'all are welcome to see what I'm doing, but it's not exciting. It also feels kind of strange doing stuff that y'all can't see, so that's why I turned the camera. I don't know if this is an awl or a toothpick, but either way, it's pretty old. It's made of wood and got a metal end on it. It's probably an ice pick. If I said toothpick, I meant ice pick. For some people, it might be a toothpick. You never know. But hopefully this helps me find the stupid pilot hole quicker. I think I've already done this area, but I can't tell. So I'll just do this little cluster and we'll get back to cutting. Alrighty then. Now I have nothing to blame it on if I can't find the pilot hole. Let me catch up on comments here, and I'll move the camera back. I guess I could do that now. John Nave says he has Kenny Rogers stuck in his head. Gambler. And Dennis says not much stays in my head right now. Josh Grover says, Dennis, there's enough that stays in my head to get me in trouble and not much else. Yes, sir. Alright, we're caught up. And I bent my blade a little bit, so we might get a broken one. Plus, it's dull. I don't know if I hogged out the holes for these up here that are just out of view from y'all. As long as I can stay conscious, we'll keep this live stream going. It says there's 11 people watching, so if y'all have any comments or questions, please throw them out there. Got people on Facebook and YouTube. That was a good start. That's what it sounds like when the blade breaks, but that's normal. If you're not into scroll sawing, don't worry, that's not abnormal. And we got to untwist this one. Hello, Lawrence Aldridge. Just about ready. So we'll check the tension, then get back to rolling or scrolling. And Josh Grover is correct. He said, if you don't break blades, you're probably doing something wrong. Well, if you do break blades, it usually means you're pushing too hard, or it's dull, or this and that. Or somebody sabotaged your blades. Excuse me. Again, we're dealing with wrinkles in the clothes. I'm not real worried about staying right on the line. But as I've said before, it doesn't hurt to try to stay on the line. Just don't beat yourself up if you don't. And if you do beat yourself up, get it on video, because that'd probably be kind of entertaining to watch. Just saying. My eye is no better. The steroids, all it did was clear up my skin. But then after I finished the steroids, my skin went right back to crap, and my forehead looks like I have measles. So I have no idea what's going on. What's going on with my face and stuff. All right. Have y'all ever watched a movie? It's a Western called Purgatory. I watched it this morning on YouTube. Definitely a unique movie. It's a good idea. I think they could have done more with it, but yeah, kind of neat. I think if it was made these days, it could have been a better movie. And Dennis says, I always use a chain inside of a hose to beat myself. This way it leaves no marks. That's funny right there. Her Pooper says, yep, I thought it was an awesome movie. It's there on YouTube, Dennis. Just look for Purgatory. I believe it was 1999 is when it was made. Don't quote me on that. The head bad guy is no longer alive. I can't remember the name to save my life. If I wasn't trying to think of it, it'd pop right into my head. The other day, like I was saying before, I haven't watched every John Wayne movie there is, but I watched Rio Lobo the other day. I actually heard that was one of his movies that not a lot of people liked. It was decent. I'm going to stretch my back a little bit and get a swig of Dr. Pepper because that's what I do. Good lordy. Here's a a lot of old westerns on YouTube if you search their name. I'm also a big fan of documentaries. I watched one yesterday about great tank battles. Kind of cool. And I apologize for sniffing in y'all's ear, but I have my hands busy cutting, so I can't move the mic each time. Y'all can help me spread the word about these live feeds. I appreciate it. I'm still losing subscribers left and right. I mean, it's not all about subscribers, but, you know, the more people see it, more people might want to watch. Herb River says, yeah, I found myself watching more YouTube, not more than regular TV. I do that too. I also have Netflix and Amazon Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you have access to a bunch of movies on Amazon. On Amazon Prime movies, you can have more than one tab open, you know, to have different movies ready to watch, but Netflix only allows you to have one if you're watching on your computer. It'll sense that there's another tab open on your computer if you're trying to watch another movie too. Thank you very much, John. Yeah, I mean, what the important stuff is there. The views on these videos are averaging over 100, which is great, but subscribers keep dropping out. I'm hoping I can stay with this one today more than just a couple hours because I want to get more of it done. But since I started doing these live streams, I feel like I'm cheating on people if I cut without the camera on, so that's why it's not done yet. But eventually I'll get all these live streams done into time-lapse videos for those that don't want to sit through hours of cutting. I've done that to some of them, but not all of them. I appreciate that, Dennis, but, you know, wouldn't help to have the subscriber numbers grow, but yeah. I've had 3 telemarketers try to call me today, and I only said that because one just tried to call me now. Apparently they don't take weekends off. As far as football goes, I was told that XFL started today. I don't know where to find any of that stuff. Of course, I didn't look real hard either. The football thing, American football. I wonder how well it'll do. John Nave says, I still think if someone unsubscribes, they should give a reason. It wouldn't bother me any. But there's no guarantee anybody would be honest about it either. I unsubscribed because I think he's a butt nugget. I'm definitely not for everybody, but that's alright. As long as some of us are entertained or learn something or have fun, then that's good. John P.A. Cousins is here. Says should also be a reason for thumbs down. Well, yeah, some people go out and buy thumbs downs, and I think a few of us know that. And apparently Patrick's Workshop has stopped by. He says, happy Saturday, everyone. I appreciate you being here, fellas. Patrick or John or both, if either one of y'all wants on the panel, message me on Facebook, and I will give you the link. If not, that is alright too. And I just got a notification that Herb Hooper shared my video. Much obliged, Herper. Herper? Really? Herb? I intentionally went off the line there because I wanted the line, the cut next to it, to line up. Let's all take a drink because we can. You only get one guess what I'm drinking now. Just saying. And when those waste pieces went out of there, I lost a little bit of veneer off of one of the pieces, so I'm going to cut it off. That'll stick out like a sore thumb if I don't. John Nave guesses tea. Patrick Workshop says I'm going to guess prune juice with bubbles. Yes, sir. That would be Dr. Pepper. I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit to this cut because I know it's the handle of his revolver, so I'm going to make the line a little longer. Matter of fact, I'll just add it to the next cut. Patrick, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I know you tend to watch old westerns. Have you seen Purgatory? It's not real old, but it's I was just talking about it with other people. It's a western, kind of a unique and strange idea for a movie. Wasn't a terrible movie. I think these days it would be better if it was remade, but just figured I'd ask because I know I've talked to you while you were watching some John Wayne movies. It's not a John Wayne movie, by the way. All right, I hope you come back, Dennis. If not, I understand. It's there on YouTube if you're interested, Patrick. I don't want to give the plot away to describe it. Basically, a bunch of people rob a bank and they're being chased, and they go into a town called Refuge. And there's a unique set of people in that little town of Refuge, if that makes any sense. I think I got the town name right. I usually don't watch westerns I haven't heard of, but I should probably start doing that. Because every now and then you find a little gem in there. I haven't even seen all the John Wayne movies, and I'm a John Wayne fan. I just, sometimes the older ones, the acting isn't as good, blah, 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 but I need to do it. Let me go ahead and get these bread cuts done over here. See if I can find the pilot hole. But the pilot hole's in there amongst where the breads are going through too, so it's a little harder to find. I know I'm near it. Okay, it's time to break out the light. I don't know if that helped any. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over and bore out that hole and make it more easier to find. Not more easier, just make it easier. And I just bent my blade. I thought I was clear of it, but I was not. Hopefully that was the pilot hole. That blade might still be usable. I was about to feed it through the top of the piece. Oops. It looks like boring out the hole didn't help any. Yeah, it did. Now if the blade breaks, it's because I bent it when I set the piece down on it. On a Pegasus barrel, that would have broken the blade. And that's why I don't like Pegasus barrels. Too brittle. Kim McCrory, hello sir. He says you would walk the way I walk if you had true grit in your britches, Pilgrim. That's funny right there. You can always depend on old Ken for words of wisdom. Not all the time, though. I don't want to give him too much credit. I think I'm going to raise the camera up just a little bit and look more down on the piece. See if the camera will stay where I put it. I don't know how much better that is. I don't even know if I changed it any. So you'll notice when I don't have my finger there and I cut there, it'll shatter a lot. And that sound is annoying, so I'm putting my finger there. Thank you, Ken. And for anybody watching that doesn't know, where these X's are is where the brads are holding the stack of two together. And I've already gone past that area, is why I'm taking the brad nails out of there. Because we have one over here. That's just out of view of the camera. But you'll see a few more bouncing around. Excuse me. You know, I moved the camera, but I don't think I really moved it that much better. Let's go ahead and check and see if YouTube's holding me for a review yet. Nope. Hello, Edison Dubois says something in French that I cannot read. If anybody wants to throw that in Google Translate and let me know, I will respond to him. It's over on Facebook. Let me go ahead and copy and paste it. No, I can't do that. I'm going to show it on the bottom of the screen, so if somebody wants to copy or write those words into Google Translate, let me know what he's saying or asking. He might just be saying something. I just don't want to. I don't know what it means, and I want to acknowledge it, but I don't know French. So I'll leave it there until somebody's able to do that. I could do it, but that would make the stream take longer. And most viewers are on YouTube is why I'm showing it, because if nobody else is watching on Facebook, then nobody else can translate it for me. It says there's only one watching on Facebook, so that's probably Edison Dubois. Hopefully one of y'all will help me out there. Hello, Jim White, over on Facebook. Appreciate it. He says nice work. Jim White, do you mind copying and pasting the comment from Edison Dubois over there on Facebook and putting it into Google Translate and let me know what it says, since you're already over there on Facebook? You don't have to. I'm just hoping somebody will do it so I can acknowledge it. I'm confident it's French, but I don't have a clue what it says. Alrighty, Jim. Yeah, if somebody can type those words into Google Translate, let me know what he's saying. I'd appreciate it. Oh, John Naves is on it. Thank you, sir. Here on StreamYard, it doesn't allow me to copy and paste. It only allows me to show, because whenever I hover over a comment where I would ordinarily copy it and paste it somewhere, it just gives me the option to show the comment, so I can't drag the mouse to copy and paste. What is my blade thickness? Thank you, Pat H. This is I'll just show the label. That's the blade thickness. If I can get it to focus. Number 5 spiral, 0.044 diameter. It might be what he's looking for. Or 0.015, I have no idea. Edison Dubois, hopefully that's the information you're looking for. That is what I'm using. And thank y'all for your help. I knew I could count on y'all, by golly. We're one big happy dysfunctional family, and that's what it sounds like when a blade breaks. If you're watching for the first time, it's not the end of the world. 'Tis all right. But it is a fun prank to play on beginners, telling them whatever you do, don't break a blade. They're so expensive. But when that happens on this saw, usually I have to retension it, so we're going to check the tension. Thank you, John and Pat, for looking into that. Sounds okay. Good. All right. If anybody watching has any comments or questions, please throw them out there. It's okay if it's not on topic, and it's okay if it's a beginner question. That's how we learn. I guess I can take that off of there since we no longer need it. Where is that? Hide. All right. I'm glad I remembered to do that. Herb Pooper says I'm not even cutting and I jumped. That's funny right there. Yeah, here lately I've been jumping when the blades break. I don't know why. You think I'd be used to it by now. Then again, y'all should be used to it too, even watching these live streams. I want to try to get that camera up a little higher, dagnabbit. But it doesn't want to stay where I put it. A little bit lower. That might not be any better than it was. Where are we getting it where it's going in? Somewhat. Oh well. We'll get it. I might need to add a tiny bit more tension to here, to the blade. Yep. I could tell it was listening a little bit. Again, I apologize if I snip in your ear. I can't always tell right when it's going to happen. I guess it's just cold enough outside to get my nose to run. That's always fun to deal with. John Name says, here is a very off-topic question, but have you thought about another YouTube show? Something like Chat with Charles. I know you were busy and all. I had that pop into my head yesterday. Actually, in general, other than these live feeds, I'm not that busy. The reason why I haven't done that is because I'm terrible at keeping up with, I'm terrible at dreaming up topics to talk about every week. That's why I stopped doing the show. I used to have one called Scrolling with Charlie, and then one called Maker's Mashup Show. It's fun to do, but it's very hard to think up topics every week. That's why I haven't done it in a while. Plus, if me and the guys at Team Scroll Saw can get together again, it'll happen eventually. I don't know what what's happening on their end, because we're having trouble. I'm having trouble getting a hold of some of them. Herd Pepper says your nose is running because you're full of Dr. Pepper, and that's what happens to me when I drink too much tea. I did not know that, but I've always been full of Dr. Pepper, though. I used to drink the heck out of tea, and I think that's when my belly started growing. And then I found Dr. Pepper. Well, I didn't find Dr. Pepper. I just got addicted to it, and that's not helping my belly shrink any, especially since I drink out of 2-liter bottles. I have a problem. I mean, I would, to address that, John, I would love to do another show. I'm just terrible at dreaming up topics. I mean, I know we derail a lot during these live streams, but I don't know if it would go over the same on a weekly show or whatever. Or at least not be appreciated by the masses. Hello, awesome man. About time you got here. I used to drink the crap out of tea. I wish I could get that camera at a better angle, but that's probably the best I'm going to be able to do. I'm trying to make a majority of the peace show while I'm working on it. Excuse me. And we're going to go ahead and check YouTube. And we already got a thumbs down, but that's all right. I'm pretty sure I know who did it because he's a butt monkey. Awesome man's actually been sleeping. Of course, I think there's like a 16-hour time difference. John Nave says, I did watch your older shows with you just chatting. It was great. I can't wait for Team Scroll, so I can't either. I'm wondering what's happening with that. I haven't been able to talk to them in a while. Having trouble getting a hold of one of them. Of course, I'm just about the only one in that group, or those in that group of guys that's really has no life. So it's easier for me to be available than everybody else. Well, I have a life, just not one outside the house. Because this is my life. There's no telling, John. John Nave says, I wonder if the thumbs down was because me and her bringing attention to you. No, I just, people like to be butt nuggets. That's all right. It doesn't affect anything having to do with the channel. It just shows the channel creator, who likes it and who doesn't, or doesn't show who. It just shows how many. I don't remember which video it is, but I have one video out there that has 2,000 something, like 2,600-ish thumbs downs at somebody taking the time to buy thumbs downs, and I know who it is, but I'm not going to name names. There's pettiness sometimes in the community. People that haven't passed puberty yet. That's all right. I don't worry about it. It wouldn't bother me at all, John, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not for everybody, because sometimes I speak my mind, other times I have to bite my tongue. But I try to be friendly to everybody unless they're not friendly to me. Some people will even dislike you if you have different political opinions. I've lost a few friends over that, but it's because I didn't want certain things on my profile and they thought I was talking about them in general. No, I just want my profile free of that crap. But just for giggles, does anybody have any clue who they're going to vote for yet? I'm not going to judge you based on who you want to vote for. I'm just making conversation. I know who I'm voting for. And somewhat of an off topic regarding politics. I've never been opposed to a black president, a Hispanic president, a female president, or a gay president, because I don't look at it religiously. I have nothing against either one of those, but I will not vote for somebody just for that reason. I got to agree with their stuff. But I've never been opposed to voting in the first of whatever kind is being talked about. But I think it's silly if anybody votes just to be a part of history to get the first female, the first gay guy, the first whatever. That's not anti-gay. It's anti-people voting for the wrong reasons. The only reason I'm bringing up a gay guy is right now he's a little bit ahead in the polls, Pete Buttigieg. More power to him. I only want people to vote for him if they believe in what his message for what he wants to do as president. I could give two craps if he's gay. I don't even think that should be a running point. Some people are very against that kind of stuff. I don't really care. My daughter happens to be gay, and I love her to death. So I don't judge people based on that kind of stuff. Aussie Man says people are just too thin-skinned, not old Aussie. By God, I hear you. I've had my moments of being thin-skinned, but I'm past the majority of it. Every now and then I get rubbed the wrong way, so to speak. Does anybody have any idea who they're going to vote for yet? In the U.S. elections, that is. We're on the same page there, Bill. By God. That's three of us now. But only two of our vote. No, I believe one of y'all is in Canada. No, that might be John that's in Canada. John Nave. Lawrence, I believe, is in the U.S. Aussie Man clearly is not. Right there with you, Lawrence. And I must not have bored out these holes because I can't find the pilot hole on the over here. And I don't feel like tweaking my back to find it, but we found it right as I was talking about that. So, and I'm not going to attack anybody for who they want to vote for, because everybody has their opinions, and whoever they want to vote for is whoever they want to vote for, by God. There you go, John. Both Johns. That's definitely who I'm voting for, and if anybody doesn't like it, I'll live. Awesome Man says, my country is stuffed with, we need a Donald Trump here to make our country great. And I said a long time ago on Facebook, and I truly believe it. I don't think, and y'all are welcome to disagree with me, I don't think it's Trump that's dividing the country. It's his people that either support or hate him that are dividing the country. That's my opinion. That's not pro or against Trump, but I think all the divisiveness is not Trump doing it. It's the people that support or don't support him. That's where all the battles, most of the battles are happening, in my opinion. And I truly believe that. And both sides will call the other sides uninformed and idiots and blah, blah, both think. There you go, Herb. Damn snowflake, says John Cousins. All right. So a lot of us are like-minded. I like it. I like it. Now, see the way I act on these live streams? Some people would use that. Yeah, your typical such and such supporter. Well, I'm trying to be funny 9 times or a lot of times here on this thing. So if anybody takes my humor seriously as to how I really am, then that's on them, not me. Okay, I'm hitting the back of the saw, so I cannot cut that cut, but I do need to make note of where that is and just give myself a general line that I cannot go past with the capacity of the saw as far as doing it from that side. Let me. All right. So I'll know that coming from this side to the blade, I cannot go past this line that y'all can't see. Let me put the camera down. I just drew a line right here to tell myself that coming from that side, I cannot cut past this area because it's at the capacity of the saw. So I will go up to there and then turn the piece to finish those. All right. Let me get it in the next pilot hole, and then I'll put the camera in a better spot. The capacity of this saw is 22 inches, but that's the beauty of a spiral, is that I can turn the piece at some point. But I don't need to yet. I think what attracted me to Trump is, at first, I mean, there are times I roll my eyes at things he says and does. I'm not like blind, but what attracted me to him, so to speak, as a president, is that he said things that most people were thinking but were too afraid to say. Because you don't have to be politically correct to be, you know what I mean. I don't want to get too far into it. There's no doubt in my mind that people will unsubscribe and a bunch of thumbs down because they don't agree with me, but that's fine. That's how the world works. And as far as that whole State of the Union, I do think it was pitiful and ridiculous that Pelosi ripped up the speech, but I don't give two craps if she's prosecuted or not. I'm past that. It was just childish. That's where I left it. Trump has his childish moments as well. Leave it to me to talk about controversial subjects, but oh well. And I have had people ask me if I have a Donald Trump pattern on my website. I actually do. I also have a Hillary Clinton one because at the time I wanted to be fair to people that supported Hillary, so I designed a Hillary Clinton pattern. I also have a somewhat easy one of Barack Obama. I try to be fair as far as options for patterns. Not that it's unfair if I don't add anybody else. I don't think I drew that line far enough over. Oh well. And another controversial topic regarding politics. People freaking out. How dare he fire a decorated military guy? I'm very pro-military, very pro-USA, but I wouldn't keep somebody on my cabinet that testified against me. I mean, that's kind of against... I mean, I'm not going to take away from his military career, but shoot. If I'm running something, I got people against me on my cabinet, so to speak, I'm going to get rid of their butts. Just saying. Let me catch up on comments here. Awesome Man says, strange how people who protest about intolerance seem to be the most intolerant freaking men. John says, the subject is only controversial if it offends someone. Yep. And Awesome Man says, if Trump is so bad, why is the country doing so well? Is he doing something right? Yep, don't get me started. And John says, better than Trudeau, which is the Prime Minister of Canada. I think Prime Minister is the proper terminology. And I know I'm not picking the best subject matter to talk about because it can be controversial, but that's not my point. But as long as everybody's friendly to each other, if they do disagree, then I'm fine with it. A perfect example of me not being offended where I could be. You hear about comedians talking about somebody with hair lip. That's technically cleft lip. I have cleft lip, and I don't get offended by hair lip jokes. Life's too short. And I know there's a difference between comedy and presidency, and some people say, well, this presidency is a comedy. Oh well. Life's too short to get offended at everything. You hurt my feelings. This is the first president that I've actually taken it personally when somebody attacks him. I don't know why, but I do. Even though it's obviously not aimed at me unless they say such and such supporters. But yeah, I actually get mad. That doesn't mean people have to agree with me or my point of view. The only time I attack anybody for their opinions is if they're rude about delivering it to me. There's ways of politely disagreeing, but name calling and crap like that. And I know some people say Trump does that. I'm not going to say he doesn't. There are times I roll my eyes at him, but as a whole, by God, don't get me started. Although I kind of already got myself started. Just saying. Sorry about that. And some of my closest friends are not Trump supporters, and that's fine. As long as we show tact to each other, that's all that matters to me. You know, the average YouTuber say, dude, don't be talking stuff that's controversial. You'll lose all kinds of... I don't care. I'm not doing this video for the sake of the topic I'm talking about right now, but I'm just bringing it up because I see everybody out in the chat as my friends. I don't know what that little symbol is before good. Hello, Adnan Nudum. Hopefully I said that right. Also, man is saying exactly what I was saying. The trick is to disagree without abusing the other person. We're all different. Hello. Hopefully I said that right. Adnan Nudum. I don't know what the, I believe that's Arabic next to the word good. Maybe he's translating for us. And thank you. Thank you for being here. Watching over on YouTube. As far as the Democratic side of things, I've never understood why Bernie Sanders is still part of the Democratic Party. They screwed him last year or last election, and he knows that. And there's signs that they're trying to do it again. And I don't know why he stays with that party. If I were him, I'd be running as an independent. That's just me. And y'all are welcome to change the topic if you don't want to talk about politics. That's not what I do on this channel. I'm just making conversation. I also think it's a little bit funny that Joe Biden was Obama's vice president, but Obama's not out there helping him get elected. Go figure. He was good enough to be the vice president. Why ain't he good enough to support now? Just saying. I'm not trying to get people to vote for him. I'm just giving my opinion. Anywho, that's how I roll. I'm yawning. I didn't even realize I yawned. That's funny. And it's funny when somebody's talking to me and they'll say, "What were you saying?" And I said, "I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention either." Y'all have seen these live streams when I get to babbling, somebody will respond to something, and I'll have no idea what they're responding to because I switch topics so much. And thanks, Herb. Awesome Man says, the one thing I like about your country is the candidates have to earn your vote, where voting is compulsory. Sorry for my bad spelling. It's all right. I'm usually pretty good at typo knees. Yep, Herb's got me yawning, Dick. Blab it. Let's take a drink of Dr. Pepper just because we can, or whatever you're partaking in. If it was up to me, we wouldn't even have political parties because too many people vote based on what their party wants instead of their constituents want or them as an individual wants. I think the whole world, I don't know how good or bad it would be, but I think if we voted based on what we wanted versus trying to stick to a particular party, then it could be looking a lot different. But I don't know enough about history and politics to tell you why they created political parties, because I was not the most astute student in school. I hated school. I was bullied a lot in school, so I didn't want to go. But I went. I graduated in 1988. I almost didn't, but I did. And I hate math. Anything beyond adding, subtracting, multiplication, and division, yeah. Let me make sure I'm not being held for review on YouTube. And we are not. Which is good. Awesome Man Bill is saying I have an IQ 140 and I can't spell for crap. That's funny right there. Spelling is one thing I'm usually decent at, but there's certain words. Sometimes I don't know which words to use when, like effective and effective. Words like that, every now and then I get confused on which ones to use. Awesome Man says, I hate math too. That's why God invented calculators. Amen. There's certain buttons on calculators. I have no idea what they do. That says a lot about me, but oh well, let's get back on it. Now I see a cut coming up that's, well, let me go ahead and show y'all. I have a cut right here where the pilot hole is on the area I can't reach. So I'm going to drill another pilot hole over here just to be able to cut up to the line. It's about the only one that goes like that, except for one down here that's just out of view of y'all. So I'm going to drill 2 pilot holes. I did not miss the pilot holes. They're just beyond where I can reach with the saw from the side I'm cutting from. Because I'm trying to keep the camera right side up, or the piece right side up to y'all on camera as long as I can. I might as well go ahead and cut those 2 pilot holes real quick. And you bet your hind end I will be using my Seiko scrollers drill. Well, I bent the blade again. That never happens. Alright. Y'all bear with me over here. Yeah, that's a Texas thing. That's either y'all or all y'all. I think the Canadian's trying to say we talk funny, hey? Are you saying we talk funny there? That's funny right there. Come on now. We drill 2 pilot holes, then we be back, alright? Alright. Where are we at here? We drill 1 there. There's 1 there. And 1 there. And we didn't miss them. We're just doing it so we can reach it with the saw. And I did not bore out the holes, so hopefully we won't have trouble finding the pilot holes. Eh? That's funny right there. Alright, let me replug in the saw so it'll work better. Not everything I do is on camera, and I'm plumb sorry for that. I got myself tangled up in the cords here. There we go. Oh, I'm so organized, I know. And John Cousins is asking if I like the new drill. Yes, sir, I do. He is referring to the Seiko Scrollers drill. I love it. I did do a review of it for anybody interested. It's one of my earlier, not too long ago videos. I did a live unboxing and review, and I edited it down for those that didn't want to sit through everything. Who doesn't want to sit through a Charles Darren live stream? Come on now. If you don't, and if you do and you survived, we do have I Survived a Charles Darren live stream t-shirts on woodenvisions.com. Just saying. Just saying. And we, believe it or not, added a Dag Blabbit t-shirt to woodenvisions.com because we're that weird, because I say that a lot, so that's why that t-shirt got created for the website. And the traditional scroll on t-shirt, and caps and coffee mugs and all kinds of stuff. I'm going to experiment a little more with that camera angle. I know it won't show everything, but I want to show it from higher up. So let me see if I can reclamp the crane here. That helped a little bit, by golly. I know you're not going to be able to see right where the blade's going in, but you'll get a general idea. But I think you can see more of the piece now. And that's kind of what I'm going for. Hopefully a majority of people appreciate that. If not, I'll go back lower if anybody wants to see where the blade's going in and out of the table. I think the knob is covering it. Yes, it is. Y'all let me know what y'all want to see. If you prefer to see it up above like that, or if you want me to go down to show more where the blade's going in and out of the table, and I'll wait for some responses before I get going again. And I know y'all can say it's your channel, do what you want to do, but I want to do what y'all want to see, by God. I'm going to do something real quick. I am a smoker. I have a cigarette snuffer that is getting clogged, so I'm going to use the scroll saw to clear that out. Yes, I really do that. I've actually used this scroll saw to cut frozen hamburger meat in half. So it really is a multi-use saw tool. Sorry. I'm so weird, I know, but I don't really care. I'll get back to what the purpose of the saw is. Y'all got awful quiet on me out there. We got 12 people watching, and I see a couple comments popped up. Let me get it back through here. Another thing I did on the scroll saw is we had laminate flooring going in the house, and I used it to contour around things we were putting the flooring around. John Nave says, think that is perfect. And John Nave asked, what is it you were doing? And I was cleaning out a, what they call a cigarette snuffer. It was clogged with tar. So I cleaned that out. And I've cut hamburger meat in half with it before. That was frozen. John Nave says, you're amazing for asking, Charles, as some channels position their camera far, far away and don't ask at all. Well, by God, I care about what y'all want to see. Does anybody else have an opinion on the camera positioning? Would you prefer to see where the blade is going in and out, or do you prefer to see it from up above like I'm doing right now? Usually people like to see where the blade is going in and out, which is right here, right behind that knob. But I figure people might want to see a majority of the piece as well. So we know John wants to see. John likes it where it is, but I do care. We have 11 people watching, so if we can get as close to 11 votes as possible, that'd be great. That would majority wins. That's the only reason I'm stalling right now, just to see what the masses want. Because not everybody's going to be happy. And don't leave it up to me, because it's easier for me to lay it off on y'all. If I was set up to do multiple cameras, I would, but I'm not, and I'm not smart enough to figure out how to do it. Come on now, we only got one vote on the camera angle. Dag nabbit. Herb Hooper says that's a fine angle for me. All right, so far 2 for where we're at right now. I'm going to take a swig of Dr. Pepper, light up a stogie, and then we'll see where the votes stand. So far we got 2 for where we're at right now. That does have the camera a little less out of my way, but I don't mind having it slightly in my way. Sean Cousin says up close is good if you were showing the tight corner cuts, but further back is better. All right, much obliged. That's 3-4, so I think we're going to go with that. But y'all should have waited a little longer so I could get a drink. But now I'm going to have to do that. All right. Yeah, for me, visually, I think the majority of the audience would prefer to see the piece that's being worked on, because if I just had this little cluster right here on camera, it wouldn't be as appealing, in my opinion, to people. So that's why I ask, because I would assume that people, especially people that aren't even scroll sawyers, that happen to be John Wayne fans, getting to see the progress of the piece while getting to see what's already been done. So that's why we're doing it. Now, I can't get the whole thing on there unless I'm way up, which I can do. But generally when I do that, the camera wants to autofocus. And that's why I haven't done it yet. But yeah, I can get the camera, really. I can get the camera about 2 feet higher up if y'all wanted to see the whole piece. I think it would show the whole thing. I don't know. But there's about all you're not seeing is from, oops, I moved the camera from there to there, is what you're not seeing. So if y'all want the camera higher, I can do that. But for now, I'll keep cutting until we get a vote on that. But I'm trying to at least keep what I'm cutting in there. So let me tweak it a little bit. Welcome back, Mike. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should bring the camera. Let me pull the camera much further back so we can see the whole piece. Y'all let me know if it starts to fluctuate, the autofocus. Oh, those sounds you're hearing is the wood creaking. It is not me. About time you got back here, Mac. By God. And reset that clamp. If I could get coordinated over here. That might be a little more appealing to people. I don't know. Y'all let me know if it tries to autofocus a bunch, and then I'll go in closer. Time to oil those joints, Charles. That's funny. Yeah, Mac doesn't hold back, does he? All right, and yes, I'm wearing the same shirt as I was yesterday, and y'all get to see my belly, sort of. Yeah, but that sound was not a burst of beans. It was the the crane music. All right, so I know y'all don't get to see right where I'm cutting because of the knob here, but maybe y'all getting to see the whole thing will give you an idea of how massive in size it is. It is 24 inches wide by 30 and a half tall, which is 2 feet by almost 3 feet. Y'all let me know if it starts doing the autofocus thing. Or if you want the camera back closer where it was. On my old webcam, whenever I would pull back that bar, it would automatically start autofocusing. All right, it's crystal clear. Yay! That's always a good thing. So I guess every few months I'm gonna have to buy a new webcam just to keep it crystal clear. Oh, diddly. We're right at 2 hours and 47 seconds. Do y'all like being able to see the whole piece as we're working on it? I mean, I know you said it was crystal clear, which is good, but I'm just curious. Or at least 97% of the picture. Y'all get to see my whole Dr. Pepper, I'm telling you. Didn't know you were going to get that luxury, did you? I'm going to check old YouTube. Make sure they're still being cool with me. Yay, we're not being held for review yet. That is awesome. And I gained a subscriber. How cool is that? All right, let's get back on this. Trying to decide where I want to start cutting next. And I'll just come down this way. Well, I got three little bitty cuts right here, so I might as well get those done since I'm right there. And then we'll get this bulk area down here done. And we'll move on over, by God. John Nave says, I like it when we get to see the duck head. Also, so a double win. He probably means the Duke, because I don't see any ducks around, but just giving you hell, John. I'm pretty sure you mean the Duke. And if anybody's watching on Facebook where this video has been shared to, if you comment on those, I cannot see them in real time. I can only see comments on Facebook that are done from my personal profile. I mean, I'm glad you're able to watch from other pages if it got shared to a group or a page, but I cannot see the comments in real time if you're commenting from anywhere other than my personal profile or here on the YouTube. Welcome back, Dennis. I know what you meant, John. Dang autocorrect. And somebody done hid the pilot hole from me. I should be right there. I think it was Herb. There we go. As you can see, Dennis, we moved the camera. They call me Captain Obvious. And they call me other things I can't repeat on the air. If I've never showed anybody before because of how hard I torqued down on that how do you say it, gnarled knob or whatever, because of that I have a lot of calluses from here, from a lot of times of doing that with the that's not a racist symbol, that's me showing you how I torque down on that knob more than I need to, but it's just, I'm one of these people. So when I first got this saw, I put JB Weld from there to where the threads go into it so that I could torque down on it and not break the glue loose. Thank you, Mr. Dennis. If anybody's watching for the first time, or no matter which time, if you have any comments or questions, please throw them out there. If I don't know the answer, somebody in the chat might, and it doesn't even have to be on topic. As long as it's family friendly, I will respond to it. as much as I've already cut out of it, it's still pretty heavy trying to move it. And I don't know if my hands are showing or not. I don't think they are, but I'm steering with my hands on the edges of the piece, the top and bottom. Let's cut. Awesome Man says, my daughter said to me before, Dad, can you please lower the toilet seat when you finish? And I said, why do you raise it when you finish? She did not laugh. LOL, that really just happened. Yeah, it's another one of those topics that people are passionate about. Me personally, I've always wondered. I think visually, and I know people don't care about my opinion on this, but I think visually a toilet looks better with the seat and the lid down. But, that's just one of those gender things that's going to happen. And some people argue about toilet paper being rolling where the comes off the roll in the front or comes off the roll in the back. I like it coming off the front. Just saying. Alrighty then. Bruce Walker, watching on Facebook, appreciate you being here. He said, why do my lines look like they have been through a meat grinder after cutting? It might mean you're, I don't know, are you still getting used to spirals? I don't know how to answer that. Because if you're somewhat new to spirals, until you get used to them, you're going to have wiggly lines. That happens with a lot of people. Or actually, getting used to any drill saw blade can do that. I don't know if my answer helped you any. And Dennis made a good point. I like that there's paper there, by God. He didn't say, by God, that's my thing. So you can clean it. See how clean my shop is back there? Yeah. That's what a majority of my shop looks like. I really need to clean this thing, but it'll probably take me a good 3 days, and people will be upset with me for not having live streams. And don't ask me to live stream trying to clean this thing, because there'll be a lot of dirty words being said. Most of them myself for letting it get this messy. That's why, Bruce. He says, yes, he's learning spirals. Until you get used to them, it's going to be like that. Just best advice I can try to give is let the blade do the cutting and slow your feed rate into the blade, because that blade cannot cut in a direction that you're not allowing it to. So just be firm with your steering into the spiral, as well as letting the blade do the cutting. If you're pushing it too hard, or I don't know, it's so hard to explain. Words are not my friend. It really does come with practice, though, and I still occasionally go off the line, but it happens. Yeah, exactly, Bruce. He says, so the more I do, the better I'll get. Exactly. Awesome Man says, if you cleaned up, you would never find anything. Amen. I'd find it for about a week, and then I'd start messing it up again. John Maid says, we could have a 5-second delay on the cleaning video. Shoot. It wouldn't be that fun to watch, trust me. Because probably what I'll end up doing in order to clean up the floor is pick up stuff, brush off the dust off of it, and then take it outside the shop. But I'd have to know that the weather is going to be good for about a week. Because my back would get to hurting, and my motivation or discipline at sticking with it would fluctuate. So if I knew I had a bunch of good weather, I'd start. But yeah, that's usually how I clean the shop, is I start by taking everything out of it and then bringing it back in after I've cleaned off the floors. You can almost do a cartwheel in here if it's clean. Matt Pierce says, Charles, just make sure to mark that it's not family friendly. Exactly. Yeah, but I don't think that would be appealing to too many people. It is really sad, because I have a lot of cabinet space in this shop, but almost none of it's being used. One cabinet is. I just let it get too bad. And I don't have a dust collection system. That would probably help somewhat, because a lot of the mess is dust. But also, you've seen when I'm cutting these cuttings and I get a piece of waste piece, I'll just chunk it off to the side instead of being smart and having a trash can right next to me. That would make entirely too much sense to have a trash can right next to me. Anywho. And it is sad, too, because I was actually raised pretty good at cleaning and organizing, but if I let it get too bad, I have to really motivate myself to do it. But it's more fun doing live streams than it is cleaning. And some would say, do the live stream while you're cleaning. That's not going to happen. But I might show off the shop being clean at some point. Awesome Man says, this is spiral blades for lazy people. Well, I'm lazy. I can't be bothered cutting my sawing half to turn big projects around. Exactly. Bruce Walker says, what is the main size of the spiral blade that you use? Most often I use, if I can hold it still long enough, number 5 Flying Dutchman flat-ended blades. But the smallest I go is usually number 3 flat-ended spiral blades. All right, we're going to go ahead and check old YouTube. Make sure they're still being nice to me. And they are. That's always beautiful. Now, part of the reason why I use number 5's, Bruce, is because, you're welcome, it's because I cut large pieces like this. If I was cutting a little smaller, I'd probably go to number 3's, but I'm a detail freak and a freak in general, and I like cutting large pieces because I'm mental. But that's not me dogging myself. I wear my mentalness. Yes, that's a word for me. I wear my mentalness like a badge of honor, by God. And you're welcome to throw out as many questions as you want, because if I don't know the answer, somebody in the chat probably does. By the way, Bruce, if it matters to you, the chat is much more active on YouTube, and the picture is usually clearer to the people watching on YouTube. If you want to find me on YouTube, I go by Charles Deering Scroll, but you should be able to find me under Charles Deering. My logo on there is a wood grain version of me pointing. And plus, you won't be able to see the comments that I'm responding to when they're coming from YouTube. And Josh Grover says light is finally installed. Sweet. Welcome back, Mr. Josh. And plus, Bruce, it wouldn't bother me if you went to YouTube just so I could get another subscriber if you were so inclined, by golly. I'm not going to read that, Bill, but yeah, I hear you. I will say he likes large projects too. And if that's what I'm doing, I'm okay with that. Actually, I found one spot where I drilled 2 pilot holes in the same spot, so we're back down to 349 on pilot holes. For some reason, I put 2 of them in there. Oh, let me stretch my back a little bit. I kind of like this far back camera, but if y'all don't let me know. And Josh Grover says, so maybe you could find one of them pilot holes. I don't even know what I said that gave that response. Oh, probably why I drilled 2 pilot holes in the same cut. Yeah. Yeah, the more pilot holes you have, the better the odds of finding it. Now, a lot of time when I have trouble finding pilot holes, not that I can't find a pilot holes, because it's me trying to aim for a specific one, and that's where the trouble comes in. But as detailed as most of my projects tend to be, if I just slid that thing around until I found a pilot hole, then it'd go much quicker. All right. Again, not real worried about staying on the line when it's not an important piece of detail. So, and that's probably because I was pushing the piece too hard, but all right. And I have to untwist that one a little bit. Actually, I have to twist it a little bit, not untwist it. Hopefully that's enough. If not, we'll find out real quick. Yep, y'all finally got to take your drink. I'm going to go ahead and start at the beginning of that cut and come back down to where I left off, where the lovely blade broke. And I don't know if y'all can see that well or not, but anybody just joining wondering what that line is, it can give me an idea where the back of the saw is over there. Yeah, it might be showing on camera, if not slightly off, but because from the back of the throat of the saw to the blade is 22 inches, and this piece is 24 inches wide. So if I were to try to do it all from that side, the blade would stop right about here. I've made the line a little too far this way, but right about there. That's the purpose of the line. And John Nave says he's disappointed with the machines at the woodworking show in Toronto. What they're hoping to get a new scroll saw and no deals at all. Well, good lordy. Maybe that'll save you more money for mailing me that gigantic 4-foot printer we were talking about. Yeah, because God knows I can't afford to help you get it here. Just saying. We're going to take us a drink. And we'll get back on it. Right now I'm using this cutout right here to help steer, because from the end it's a little harder. At least as far as pulling. And I'll use my thumb to push. Awesome Man says, stopped at a stall yesterday selling eggs. I grabbed a dozen and started walking away. They got really angry and wanted money, and I said, the sign says your range eggs are free. All right. Excuse me. Now I'm close enough to the end of the picture that I can tilt it, and it won't. That corner back there will not bump the back of the saw. So I might as well go. Well, no, that's got a brad nail in it. Dag nabbit. So I'll just cut up to the up to the line. It's almost not even worth trying to cut it yet, but yeah, it's there. And I always generally put either a 1/4 inch or a 1/2 inch border around everything I'm cutting to give something for the frame to hold on to if I ever frame. I am going to turn this piece because there's not a brad in it and it barely goes past that line, so I want to get it all in there. And I can probably cut that one next, if y'all can even see that. Where are we at? I missed some comments. Oh. Excuse me. Daniel Davis says, hello there, Charles. Hello, Daniel Davis. Hello, Portal Woodworks, David Jones. And where are we at? Everybody's just saying hi back and forth, by golly. All right. Guess I could lift the camera a tiny bit. Show more of the mess in my shop. That's not a problem. I'm doing all right, Mr. Daniel Davis. Thank you for asking. Tommy Mater watching over on Facebook. Hello. He says, wait, I got to yawn. He didn't say that. That was me. He says, looking good, Charles. I'm watching the Houston Roughnecks on the new XFL league. Scroll on, by God. He didn't say by God. That's what I do. So we got the Houston Roughnecks, and I believe Dallas has the Renegades. I didn't research enough about how to watch all that, but it's cool because it still gives us football to watch. And a new form of football, so to speak. Wood Den says, where are the koalas on your website? Oh, you mean koalas? Not to make fun of you, but you might have better time finding it if you spell it like I'm putting in the chat right now. I'm not trying to make fun of you. If you're trying to find it, if you look under that term there, you should find both koala patterns. One is a charity pattern, one is just a pattern. Daniel Davis says, I'm hoping within the next week or less I can do some scroll saw projects. Well, that would be cool. How's your mom doing, by the way, Daniel? I know a lot of times you've been watching from the hospital. Hopefully she's doing all right. Hopefully I'm not bringing up a sore subject. I completely understand, Dennis. I just hope I could help you find them. And I'm going to go ahead and get that one piece of that cut that I left hanging because of the line. And where that X is I have 3 brads and they're holding this stack together. So I'm not going to do that for a while because the other brads aren't until way over here. And once I get towards that area, I will cut that one out. By golly. We have 14 people watching. I appreciate y'all being here. I know you don't have to be. If anybody has any questions or comments, whether or not they're on topic, I'll be happy to answer. If I don't know, somebody in the chat probably does. When I'm this far down to the end of a piece, I have to try to hold it enough that I can find the pilot hole, but I'm not used to doing it with my right hand, so I'm actually going to do it the hard way like this. And I'm right-handed. That's what makes it weird. I had just had it and I moved. There we go. It looks weird doing that, but that's what I do. Daniel Davis says she's doing good. She had to get one of those bags attached to her stomach. I don't know how to spell the technical name for it. I believe it's colostomy bag. I'm not entirely sure I know how to spell it either. I'm glad she's doing good, though. As far as I know, my dad's doing good. If he wasn't, I would be told. And I'm terrible at keeping up because dealing with a lot of crap around here, too. I do need to check up on him here shortly, or sometime today. Now I'm going to try to make this one of those long live streams where I get a lot more done. Because the last few live streams have only been 2 or 3 hours. I'm not necessarily trying to break the 11-hour record, but if I can, I will. We don't need no stinking sleep or food or normalcy. Hello, Anthony Campbell. Welcome back. Hope watching over on YouTube. Says evening, folks. Hope everyone is good. By golly. Doing all right, mister? Anthony, can you set me straight? Hopefully it's okay to say this publicly. When you emailed me initially, were you volunteering to do a frame or just talking about it? I don't remember. But I don't know if I ever said go ahead and do it. But if it didn't, go ahead. Just let me know what you want in return for doing it, because money is a little hard to come by. But I hope you'll let me know. Hopefully that wasn't private. Okay, I'm going to use my brush because my laptop is getting really dusty and I don't want to crap out my laptop. Where the heck did I put the brush? That's probably what I heard drop the other day. Where's my dang brush? Oh, it's behind the laptop. Yep, it was. Yeah, the more I can keep dust out of this laptop, probably the longer it'll last. All right. Well, now that I had the camera pulled back, a lot of y'all can see that the table we're dealing with. I mean, you can't see the framework underneath, but it's nothing fancy. It's just what used to be bed slats, the kind of things that keep the mattress and box spring from falling through. It's what I did the top of the frame with, and just 2x4s for legs. Then we put a piece of Lexan over it with black shelf paper on top of it to keep the camera keeping the lights from reflecting and back into the camera. It was way back when we had less technology to work with. Anthony Campbell says, I was wanting to help out with a frame for that piece. He's referring to the Founding Fathers. I always have some kind of wood laying around that I could work with for some kind of framework. And if you were volunteering to make a frame, I'll take you up on it, Anthony. Just let me know what you want in return, because I don't have much in the way of money. I guess I could give you patterns. It's up to you what you think is worthy of the frame for the Founding Fathers. And if I need to remeasure it, let me know. I think I only did a single stack on that, didn't I? However much I cut. And I appreciate that, by the way. And Daniel Davis is asking if I still have the lights covered. That one back there I do, but this one I don't, because I was having trouble seeing. but I still have the 4-foot light covered with a sheet because we're professional here. And Josh Grover says he made 2 frames today out of old barnwood. See, I wish I could do that, dagnabbit, because I think this thing would look beautiful in a barnwood frame. All right, I appreciate that, Anthony. Yeah, if you don't mind getting going on that, let me know how I can help you. I got everything but money. Well, not everything. I want to make you feel fairly compensated for it, but and if I was being greedy, I'd love to have 2 frames for the 2 we're cutting here, 24 by 30 and a half, but that's me being greedy. Her Pooper says, trying to do some multitasking, but it ain't happening. I'm not very good at it either. I'm not sure what you mean by what size, like sand, just whatever. And if you're talking about thickness, it doesn't have to be real thick. But the size would be the same size as the cutting, Anthony. But it doesn't have to be thick by any means. And I'm so thankful that you're willing to do this for me. If it's at all possible, I would love to throw in a couple frames for this. If it's possible. If not, don't go out of your way. But I don't want to appear greedy, but maybe I am being greedy. But since I'm stack cutting 2 of them is why I said a couple frames. But it's totally up to you, and forgive me if I'm pushing too much. All right. Yeah, thickness is, I don't mind the thinness they have, whatever works for you. If it gets too thick, I don't know if it would look right. It's whatever's most convenient for you, Anthony. All right, I'm going to take us a swig of Dr. Pepper, and then we'll get back on this thing. This one's almost done, but by God, we got one sitting right over there. Because I know y'all wanted to know right where it was. Josh Grover says, "I'll look what I have for Burnwood." And God, I wish I was good at making frames because I have so many pieces. This one screams to have a barnwood frame. That's just my opinion. But on things like this, with having black behind it, you can get away with black frames too. But I'm into rustic looking stuff. 1/2-inch margins, yes, sir. Well, now you got me doubting myself. I better measure. I want to say it's a 1/2-inch. Actually, it's a hair over 1/2-inch. Let me give you an exact on the border on this. And I got to count crap because I'm not quick with measuring. 5/8. There's a 5/8 border around this one. Yeah, 5/8 border. That's why I like those kind of things that have those fractions just stamped right on there, and they tell you exactly what it is. But yeah, it's 5/8 border around this one. All right, man. I really appreciate that. I hope I can offer you enough patterns to make you feel compensated because you deserve money for it. But yeah, me and money don't get along. Ordinarily, I do 1/2-inch borders around everything, but this one happens to be 5/8. I don't know why I went that route, but I did. And 10-4 Josh Grover, and thank you. Herb Hoover says, "Yeah, Daniel, I have a cat that likes to get between me and the laptop when I'm trying to do something. And the size of the piece we're cutting right now is 24 inches wide by 30.5 inches tall." Yeah, 24 inches wide by 30.5 inches tall. That's this current piece, and I'm cutting 2 of them. And if any of y'all ever make frames for me and if something sells, I will give you part of the profit. I'm just not real good at selling. Okay, something. I missed some comments, but I was. And Daniel Davis says herb cats are good at that. Daniel Davis also says, Charles, you have something on the top of your head. Really? That would be headphones, sir. If there's something else, I don't know what it is. Anthony Campbell says, so if it stays under 5/8, then it would be good to go. Oh, it's hair. Not a lot of air. I mean hair. Whether or not there's air depends on how you talk to. Yeah, on this one the border is 5/8. On the founding, dag nabbit, I better look. The founding fathers. I got it right behind me. As a matter of fact, let me measure that one. Don't get me to lying. And I got to tweak my back because it's sitting sideways here. Okay, on that one we have, yes, the founding fathers is exactly 1/2 inch border. The this one is 5/8 inch border, and there's 2 of those, and the founding fathers is a 1/2 inch border. And anybody that makes frames for me, I can't thank you enough. All I have to offer back is part of the profit if it sells and scroll saw patterns. Whether or not that's worth it is up to you. I wish I was good at making frames and getting the material and stuff because, man, it would dress up a lot of these and make them sell quicker. Go figure. All right, I am going to get cutting here shortly. I never took that swig of Dr. Pepper because I was too busy responding to comments. Yeah, my hair is thinning on the top, Daniel, but I'm not quite bald yet. I mean, I shaved my head because it looks like Billy out of the long crack when it grows out, but I am thinning a little bit on top. Yeah, anybody watching this, if you ever want to make frames for me, I'll do my best to compensate you somehow, but I'm just being honest in that money is not always the best way for me to compensate people for things. Although they deserve it, it's just I don't want to mislead anybody. Yeah, send me frames. I'll buy them. I'll buy them. I'd love to be able to do and say that, but I can't because my income is a fixed income and the pattern sales are very sparse. That's not me complaining. It's just explaining why I can't commit to, yeah, I need such and such amount of frames. I have a whole bunch of pieces that I didn't lose in the fire that I have to sand the soot and stuff off of. So I definitely have a bunch of stuff that needs frames, but I'm not trying to overkill anybody. And we're going to check old YouTube to see if they're being cool with me still. Not being held for review yet. How cool is that? Yay. All right, I guess I'll start cutting again. We're going to go as long as we can go, folks. Right now we're close to 3 hours. That ain't nothing. Some days it is, but right now it's not. I wonder if anybody was sitting there wondering, is he ever going to start cutting again? I'll eventually get to it. If I didn't need the dang money so much, I'd probably do a lot of giveaways of my finished pieces. But unfortunately, I need the money from sales. And I know, Steve Nealon, if you're listening, I need to get them on the website. Blah, blah, dag nabbit. You're not wrong. And if he's listening, he'll probably throw out that hashtag. About all I have access to. I mean, I don't have any right now, but as far as barnwood would be old grayed out fence panels, cedar fence panels. They turn gray when they're aged. And I'm not opposed to that, because that's a lot of people call that barnwood, and that's kind of the look I'm going for. But it takes me way too long to make a frame, and I'm not really that good at it. But Josh, if you can message me on Facebook if you were talking about that. I don't know if you make frames or not, but I guess you do. You were talking about making maple ones. I'll send you a picture of the kind of barnwood frame I try to look for. Actually, I could do that with Anthony too as well, as far as how I picture them when I do them. I'll have to look it up, and I'll send you a quick little drawing I did of the way I like them to look. But I need both. Since Anthony's not on Facebook, I don't think, if you can email me to remind me to send you the drawing, and Josh, if you can message me on Facebook, I'll send you the drawing. Hopefully we're all thinking on the same page here. Where are we at? I'm missing something here. Yep, Steve Nealon was listening. Welcome back, Lawrence. Yeah, every measurement I gave you, Anthony, is the total measurement with the borders included. And Lawrence is back. Appreciate you being here, sir. And where we at? A bunch of hellos and blah, blah, blah. Anthony Campbell says do that. Yeah, you'll have to email me or I'll forget to message you, Anthony, because I'm a terrible friend. Okay, Josh Grover messaged me on Facebook. Thank you, sir. Anthony Campbell says I'm on Facebook. If you want to post something there, I can take a look there. Oh, are we friends on Facebook, Anthony? If not, by God, friend me over there. Anybody listening, if you want to connect with me on Facebook, I go by the Charles Deering, and that's all one word. That is my personal profile. So, Anthony, if you don't mind sending me a friend request or messaging me on Messenger, then we can go that route. All this time, I know there's some people that despise Facebook. That's about the only social media I use constantly, besides, the live streams that are on YouTube. And I use it more for posting than surfing, but that's it. I used to try to get stuff going on Instagram, but I don't like having to dream up hashtags and crap. But apparently, some people, to be popular on Instagram, you got to be half naked, and I'm pretty sure most of society does not want to see me half naked. to confirm that, by the way, because he might hurt my feelings. And I'll catch up on comments and questions after I get a few cuts done, because I tend to stop too long sometimes. One of y'all ran off with my pilot hole. There we go. Anthony Campbell says I can be, and I'm not sure what that's a response to. And he says, I'm not a huge fan of it, but I do get on it to check out the scrolling and turning forums and such. All right. Yeah, that's where I do most of my corresponding with people. I'm not opposed to email, but I see it quicker if it's on Facebook and a messenger, if that matters to you. And let me know if and when you've sent a friend request on Facebook, Anthony, and I'll run accept it because I have Facebook open. And I see that you've written, Josh. I'll get to it as soon as I can, sir. And I can't find the stupid pilot hole. So maybe I didn't hog out enough of them. All right, got to break out the light. Which doesn't always help because I still have a depth perception problem. I'm right near it. There we go. Yay. Always makes these cuttings go quicker if you get it through the pilot hole. I hear you, Josh. Oh, he can be your friend. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad somebody knows how to comprehend these comments. Lauren says, Facebook for me is like Walmart. It's a love-hate relationship. For the most part, I love Facebook because, I've made friends all over the world. And, of course, we're doing that here on YouTube, too. That's how I met Mr. Awesome Man Bill. I haven't gotten to meet him in person, but odds are we'll never get to meet unless one of us is rich enough to travel. But again, anybody watching on YouTube that wants to connect on Facebook, I go by the Charles Daring, and that's all one word. And if you're watching on Facebook, I hope you'll subscribe on YouTube. I go by Charles Daring Scroll on there, but you hopefully could find me under Charles Daring. Hope you'll subscribe and click on that bell to be notified. By golly. I really do need to clean this shop. That's embarrassing. Oh, well. Just got over it. That waste piece didn't fall out, so I'm trying to get it out. And I tried to bend my blade again. Apparently I didn't bore out the holes on this side because I'm having troubles. This is ridiculous, I tell you. Better late than never. And Josh Grover wants to know what we're cutting after this. After this, we'll be going into this. That is Kevin Costner and a horse up against the fence. And Anthony, you look nothing like I thought you did. You actually look a lot like my dad, but younger. Of course, that picture's from 2015, but I won't say too much more because I don't know how private you are. Anthony, are you my daddy? I'm kidding. I think I'm older than you. That's funny right there. Thank you, Josh. Dennis says we need to start a poll to see how long it takes Charles to find the hole. I think not, sir. I gotta get my mouse to where it won't vibrate off the table. There we go. But yeah, I think I am going to start doing what I did with that ice pick and boring out the holes. That helps me find them a little bit quicker, but I don't think I went all the way over this way to do it because I didn't want people to have to sit through me doing that. I planned on doing it before I went live, but per usual, I ran out of time because stuff that I didn't plan on happened. Fine. Didn't need that blade anyway, and I lost the blade clamp. I don't know where it ran off to. So we'll just untwist us another one. No, I think that one's actually untwisted. That's cool. But it might mean it's an old dull one, but we'll find out together. Nope, it's going to get a hockey stick, so I'm going to take that one out of there. Well, no, it may not a hockey stick. I just turned the blade around. So I need to twist it. No, it did get a kink in it, so I'm going to put that off to the side. The reason why I don't use the ones that have a little kink in it is because that's the weak point. It'll break right there. That's why you don't use a hammer to untwist blades, because it'll put a kink right where it's twisted, and if you just flatten it, it's going to make it really weak. That's why I untwist them rather than hammering them. I'm not going to repeat that, Josh, and I know you know why. Lawrence Alders says, I am my own grandpa. That's funny right there. How old are you, Anthony, if you don't mind me asking? Because we look to be around the same age, except my facial hair is white. So that's vitiligo. Anthony says, just being curious, I've seen where you were doing the pattern for David Banner to Hulk. Was that a personal pattern or just something you decided to do? Just something I decided to do. It is available on woodenvisions.com. There's 2 versions of it. You're 43. Okay, yeah, I figured you were younger than me. I'm 49. Going on Dish Mini. My birthday's in June if y'all want to start saving up. Just saying. We're going to go ahead and check YouTube since I'm reading the comments. Make sure not being held for review. Anthony says, I'm pretty much an open book to the world. I am too. Some people say I talk too much, but oh well. I got nothing to hide. Unless the only time I don't reveal everything is when I'm protecting somebody else's privacy, or somebody told me something in confidence. I won't repeat that. But other than that, I got nothing to hide, and I'll tell everybody the truth. Josh Grover says, saving up Dr. Pepper for the big party in June. By God. Now you done said it. Now I got to finish off this bottle. Hiccup. But don't you worry, I got another one on standby. But if I break this blade or 2 more blades, I have to reload some blades into the clamps. But that's all right. That one's gone. Alrighty then, where was I? That's where I was. Wait, did I check the tension? No, I did not, because that would be way too organized. Anthony Campbell says the wife is always chewing me out for being too brutally honest with people. I'm not saying you're not saying this, but when I'm honest with people, I try to do it with tact. Unless they're not showing tact to me. But yeah, I try to be as tactful as possible when being honest. But you've always been sweet to me. Got 13 people watching. If anybody has any comments or questions, please throw them out there and I'll respond if I see it. If I don't know the answer, somebody in the chat probably does. Awesome Man says honesty is always the best. Honesty is always the best policy. Amen. John Cousin says honesty is best, but the truth hurts. It can. Yeah, honesty with tact is all I ever ask from people. Josh Grover says, why do you keep your left hand all the way down on the far corner instead of bringing it up to the middle of that side? Because I have enough of a grip just off camera down here. So that's why I'm holding it like that. Now, if it's a little piece that I'm afraid of going off the line, I'll grab it right here to steer. But yeah, I'm so used to cutting these large pieces, that's how I do it. And John Nave says, I think it's more comfortable for him. Yeah, a little of both, I guess. Awesome Man says, being brutally honest, at least people know where they stand when you have to respect that. Yes, sir. By God. I've just never responded well to disrespectful honesty or disrespectful opinions. People don't have to agree with me, but if they're being a butt nugget when they're disagreeing with me, then that I don't give a crap what they have to say. That's not the pilot hole I was looking for. These are not the pilot holes you're looking for. Excuse me. I think I might be drunk. I'm kidding. I'm only drinking Dr. Pepper. Come on now. John Nave says, looking amazing. Thank you, sir. I quite appreciate it. But if I was Awesome Man Bill, I'd probably say, it looks quite nice there, mate. And I probably sounded nothing like him. I don't know what he sounds like. Well, I just know he sounds Australian. Well, I assume he does because he is in Australia. Do you sound like this, Aussie? Oh, he says, not bad. I'll be damned. Yeah. Sometimes I get it right, sometimes I don't. My name's Bill, and I'm an Aussie man. If you don't like it, go pound sand. They probably don't say pound sand. I don't know what they say, and I probably can't repeat what they would say. You're a bloomin' idiot. Not you, Bill. I was trying to be an Australian talking crap without cussing. Just saying. Herb Rooster says, Charles, I just showed a friend of mine you're cutting this picture. He's wanting to know, is it for sale when you're finished and how much? It's absolutely for sale, and I have 2 of them stacked. I don't know how much yet. But I will let you know, Herb Rooster, as soon as I can figure out how much I want to sell it for. And Aussie Man says he has a very broad Aussie accent. Yes. I don't know what you mean by broad or Broward. Well, I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, but I don't know what that word even means in the sense of an accent. And that's awesome, Herb. As soon as I come up with a price, not at the risk of sounding arrogant, it won't be real cheap because it's going to take a while to do, and it's pretty big and kind of detailed, by golly. But if you can let me know, this is not the most professional way of putting it, but if you can let me know via Messenger what his cap is on what he wants to spend, I'll let you know if that's the range I was thinking of. Over there on Messenger, Herb, if you don't mind. They say GF, just like you guys do. I have no idea what that means. Okay. Osman says, sorry, broad means it sounds really Australian. All right. He said, thanks. His mother is a big John Wayne fan. Awesome. Appreciate it. Yeah. Every piece I cut on these live feeds and all the designs I have on woodenvisions.com, I'm willing to sell. I just don't. And on the fly here, I don't have a clue what I'm going to charge for it, but I have a basic range in my head, but I don't want anybody to freak out. Plus, I'm in groups where you're not allowed to spam people, so I don't want them to think that these live feeds are for the sake of selling, but I'm not opposed to selling at all. But if that friend is listening, try to, I know I have a number in my head, but I don't want anybody to freak out on me. So if you can have that friend let me know the most he wants to spend on it and message me with that number, I'll tell you, but that's the range I was looking for. If you don't mind, Herb. Anthony Campbell says, all right, folks, I got to go for a bit, taking the wife out for sushi. We'll be back if you're still here. I'll do my best to still be here unless I go unconscious. But so far, I'm wide awake, and we're going to stay here as long as we need to. Appreciate you dropping by, Anthony, and I will message you later on Facebook. All right. And for anybody just joining, this piece is 24 inches wide by 30.5 inches tall. So that's 2 feet by, I don't want to do the math. You could call it 2 feet by a little more than 2.5 feet. Somewhere in there. So I told y'all I hate math. John Cousins says, pick a number between 300 and 1,500. Yes, sir. Well, I'd love to get 1,500 for it, but I'm not that good at selling. There's some people who would pay that much, but I don't think I'd be able to get that for it. Just saying. But yeah, if it's framed, it'll be more. But I don't know how much I could get for it. But some people tell you something's only worth what somebody's willing to pay for it, and yeah. And if anybody is ever watching me cutting something and I've sold all that I have, I can always make it again. It just won't be on a live stream because I don't repeat live streams that I've already cut. Alrighty, Herb, thank you. Josh Grover says, art sells at good prices. Yeah, if you're in the right market. I'm not. And this is not meant as any disrespect, but most people that see what I do are as broke as I am and want garage sale prices. And, I understand people looking for a deal, but yeah, these things take a while, as y'all well know. I had a guy that was helping me sell a while back, and I was getting $800 and $900 for a piece like this, but then he showed us true colors, and we're no longer associated with each other. And he still has a good 10, 20 pieces of mine I'll never get back. Oh, well. I dang sure can't afford a lawyer to fight for it. But the advantage I have that he doesn't is I can remake them. He can't do nothing. Because he's not a scroller. But he does know other scrollers. But if he's passing around my designs, I'll smack him in the butt. No, that would be a little silly. I'd smack him in his something, by God. Awesome Man says, I'll be leaving for a bit in 1.5 hours to watch the Let's Talk Shop with Russ show. All right. Yeah, anybody interested? Let's Talk Shop with Russ starts at I want to say 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, if you're so inclined. Lawrence Aldridge says with frame, I would go 300. I was thinking it's a little more than that, but yeah. Thank you for your feedback, sir. Josh Grover says right market and right location. Amen. Cam Boylan watching over on Facebook. Hello. He said less yapping, more sawdusting. Well, by God, yapping is part of what I do, Mr. Cam. I appreciate it. Plexiglass and plexi and glass aren't cheap either. Agreed. Dennis says he will get his in the end. Yes, sir, he will. Now, in the past, I've hinted more at who it was, but I'm trying to get out of that habit of being publicly bitter at people. Yeah, if I could get $800 or $900 for this piece, I'd love it. But I don't know that the average person would want to pay that much. But I'm not just talking about myself, but what we do as strollers doing pictures made out of wood is not something you see every day. That in itself is a selling point if you can get the right people to understand that. So even if people agree with you, they can't necessarily afford it. But that's one reason I don't get sales. But I feel pretty confident somebody wouldn't want to pay $800 or $900 for this, but it would be really nice. I'd have enough dock to ever last me three lifetimes. Hello, Steve Nealon. Also, man says plexiglass is called Perspex down under, by the way. Alrighty, good to know. That is PERSPEX is the word he just said. There is a difference between plexiglass and Lexan, but I can't remember the difference. But I believe what's on top of here is Lexan. What's on top of this table here, the black stuff. I just have it covered in black shell paper that Steve Nealon led me to keep the glare away. And that's what this is. Just wide enough for this. 24 inches wide. Worked out perfectly. Awesome Man says $800 or $900 is way out of my humble price range. I have enough just supporting patterns. I hear you, man. Dennis says it's like my wooden toys and more kids play computer games. Yeah. I'm about to have to investigate a noise. I'll be right back. A lot of thumping going on outside my shop. Just a sec. It was just a dinosaur, nothing to worry about. I thought I was going to have to whoop somebody in the butt sack. Ugh. And where are we at? Josh Grover says, I'm trying to get into a juried art show this summer, but organizer claims what I do with scrolling is not art. Oh, kiss it. Not you, him or her. Those people are idiots. Cam Boylan says, bought patterns from you 20 years ago. Dang, we're getting old. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we are. Yeah, I started in 1997 making patterns. Some of those back then sucked. Lawrence Aldridge says, I'm still trying to find a good book to make frames. Not able to order from eBay or Amazon anymore, so no bookstores around me. Dagnabbit, I'm sorry. Awesome Man says, one you can see through and the other is clear. It's funny. Dennis says, you tell that organizer to get a life. Probably talking to Josh. Josh says, they said that the sad thing, wait, I got to get a little closer because my eyesight's going to crap. Ooh. He says, sad thing, Dennis, the organizer has somebody already that hand-carved wood. Oh, Lord, that irks me. Hello, Steve Combs. Long time no see. About time you caught us live. Appreciate you being here. You used to be a regular, and then you got all responsible with life around you, dagnabbit. And I'm going to go ahead and check YouTube since I'm over here. Wow, I'm amazed we're still not being held. Excuse me. See, that'll deflate some people when you're trying to get your stuff out there and somebody doesn't see any value in it. That irks me. What we do is not seen every day, dagnabbit. But it should be. Trying to get my mouse to get out of the way of stuff so I can see what I'm doing here. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and get these pieces that go up to the edge here because I can just turn the piece at some point. I'll go ahead and cut it normally sideways, and then when I get close to the edge, I'll back up and get it. That's the advantage of using a spiral because the back of the saw is over there. But we're also close enough to the end of the piece that we can get it all. But at some point right about here, I'll have to turn the piece around to where it's upside down to y'all so I can finish it, because trying to see that far away just ain't going to happen. Well, Steve Combs, I am utterly offended that you have not scheduled your life around my live feed. I'm kidding, because I don't even know half the time what time I'm going to go live. And I know you know I'm kidding anyway. All right, we got 14 people watching. If anybody has any comments or questions, y'all let me know, by God. And you bet your hind end I got me a full one waiting. Let's go ahead and pop that puppy open. Austin Man says, scroll sawing is art. If you don't do it, just look at. If you doubt it, just look at what Charles is doing right now. Let's see everyone do that without buying the pattern. Yeah. What he said. Now, what irks me is when, and I'm not opposed to people using lasers or CNCs, but when they try to pass it off as scroll saw work, that's when it irks me. Josh Grover says if scheduled around live streams, there would be no schedule. Exactly. Act like you know me. That's funny right there. All right, let's break open this puppy. God, can y'all imagine if I was drinking this much whiskey? I might go viral for all the wrong reasons. It's not whiskey, it's Dr. Pepper, just throwing it out there. But as goofy as I can get, some people might suspect alcohol. but it is not. So glad to see you again, Mr. Steve Combs. Hello, Ian. Haven't seen you in a while either, Mr. Ian M. over on YouTube. Josh Grover says no laser or CNC cutting and claim it is hand cut. Well, yeah, some people would debate that terminology, but yeah, I agree. But anybody watching, if you're not into scroll sawing or whatever, the best, if somebody tells you something is cut with a scroll saw, if it has burnt edges, it was done with a laser. Just saying. And lasers have their places, and so do CNC, so I won't debate that. Plus, a lot of good friends of mine use both. And my website guy uses lasers, and I have to suck up to him. I'll probably hashtag you here shortly to say, yep, I'm listening, mister. You better tread lightly. And I tell you what, I'm kidding. I give him crap. He gives me crap. Also, man says, Dr. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club soda. That's funny right there. There's like 3 different meanings all in one. All right, let me stretch a little bit since I got to talking and moving around. Oh. And by the way, the guy I was telling y'all about yesterday that wanted to see how I untwist the blades, he did see, because I replied to him on the other live feed comment section to let him know to watch it 1 hour 32 minute mark on that previous live stream, and he would see exactly what I was talking about. He saw it and he was appreciative, so that's cool. Oh, good lordy. A&M says, Lawrence, I seen a free ebook somewhere on picture framing. I actually had a physical book somewhere. My problem is it takes me too long, and apparently they want money for the materials. Go figure. But I still have a bunch of stuff in boxes from the fire. Hopefully they didn't throw all my books away. That would perturb me. Okay. Now again, when I get around here and I come back around, I'm going to turn the whole piece so we can get these cuts that go over the line. And for those that don't know, the capacity of this saw is 22 inches and this piece is 24 inches wide. So that's what this line is showing me, is that I can't cut past that without turning the piece. But I'm going to cut up to as close to the line as I can get. I didn't draw the line exact. It is approximate. Yeah. And I'm cutting one-handed right now. Ooh. we're not done yet. I just need to turn the piece to finish that cut. But I'm going to catch up on comments and questions, because that's what I do. E&M says, are you allowed to post links on here? You're allowed, but YouTube won't allow it. Only people that are moderators or the creator of the channel you're on can post links. It doesn't let people in the chat do it. I don't know why. Thank you, Ian. John N says, we also got to see Charles do a no-look point to the camera at the end with a very friendly mention to Mr. Meadows. That's funny right there. It was a polite rub towards Mr. Meadows. Lawrence Aldridge says you need to be on PBS. I would love to be on something like PBS, but I'd have to be a little more mature, though, which I can do. It's just not as fun, but I'd love to be on PBS. But they probably want me to travel to their studio, and I don't do that well unless it's here locally. And then it says, when you got with one hand, you're my hero. Well, I appreciate that. Josh Grover says, I think he should try cutting hands-free. It wouldn't be as fun to watch because it wouldn't move if I wasn't using my hands. Well, if I use my feet, then I'd have some severe cramps and medical issues. And if I didn't want my my boots to smudge this wood, I would try it with my feet just to be funny. But yeah, if you want me to cut it hands-free, there you go. It's not going to be real entertaining. And dang if it won't cut by itself. I don't know why. That's funny right there. If I could use my feet without smudging the piece, then I would try, but I don't think I could do it. And I can't use my bare feet because I have to be able to grip the piece, and I don't have 7-inch long toes. Awesome Man says, you always feel safe and happy in your shop, right, Charles? Yes, sir. I mean, the closest big city to me is either Temple or Waco. If they had a studio that I could do something for PBS, I would absolutely love to do that. Because I kind of need the income. But yeah, you don't see this kind of stuff being done on TV anywhere, dagnabbit. Now, I know if I'm being serious, I'd have to be more mature about it, and I'm okay with that. And Ian M says, Lawrence, look for Logan Graphics products. They do free ebooks on picture framing and other craft stuff as well. Really? Logan Graphic Products. Well, Josh, I would have even less grip if I was using socks. And my feet aren't sticky enough to grip the wood. If they were, I'd go viral for that. But now, if the piece is much smaller, I have been known to use one hand just for the sake of showing off. But yeah, I was in an area I felt safe. That's why I used one hand there and just figured I'd over-exaggerate how impressive it was. But now we're going to turn the piece and get those areas we couldn't get because it was bumping the back of the saw. there are people out there that don't have hands and they've learned to do things with their feet. If I could do that, I would do it just to show people it could be done, but I can't do it yet. Elsie Man says how I use everything and still screw up. That's funny right there. By God. All right. We're going to continue getting these pieces over here we couldn't reach before because I'm just going to turn the piece again. And try to find the pilot holes right-handed, which is not easy, believe it or not. I'm used to finding them with my left hand, but I am right-handed. Go figure. Well, yes, I will take another drink. Thank you for offering. But if I ever got on PBS, I wouldn't be like Bob Ross and be able to finish a detailed portrait in 30 minutes. I just couldn't do it. I could do scroll sawing in general, but it wouldn't be nearly as detailed necessarily. By the way, never mind, it's just off a camera. I'm going to show y'all where the reason why y'all don't, some people think I'm using a foot switch, but the power switch is right directly where my arm is reaching. It's right about here. So that's why you don't see me hitting the power switch, is because it's not in view. And the saw we're using is a Hagner, so it is unique to the Hagner. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Josh Grover says, my friend doesn't have use of his hands, but yet he can paint beautiful pieces. That's awesome. Yeah, there's some people out there dang good at using their feet. Lawrence Alder says, Charles, do you think you'll finish this tonight? If I stick with it, yes, sir, I will. But the odds are against it, but it could happen. I've done an 11-hour live stream before. Josh Grover says, Lawrence, he won't finish this tonight because he likes to talk. Kiss it, Josh. I have to talk because y'all are talking out in the chat and I respond to everybody. Just saying. Y'all can both kiss it. Just saying. Just saying. Y'all folks see the abuse I put up with in the chat. I have to talk or I'll go crazy. Kiss it, baby. That might be a record for how quickly I found that pilot hole. Oh, I forgot I moved the camera when I was showing where the pilot or the stupid switch was. Hello, Mr. Randy Bosheen. He says, late for the party. How many drinks am I behind? I think 2. I don't remember how many blades I've broken. Just came in from the shop, so got to catch up. Appreciate you. I think you've only missed 2. Or maybe 3. Hell, let's go for 5. I don't care. What's sad is only one of them was dull. 2 of them I bent trying to set the piece down temporarily. And one of them, I believe, was pushing too hard. Hell, I don't know. And Bill, if you're still there, if you get a chance to out in the chat, tell Russ Clarity on Let's Talk Shop with Russ. Tell him he's still my favorite butt nugget. See how he responds. Tried to repair and reconnect, but he didn't respond. I can only do so much. Oh well. Stuff does happen. Thank you, Randy. I don't know what you mean by that, Josh. I know if you're talking about Russ Clarity, I don't know about cooking. I don't watch his show, so I don't know what you mean. You don't necessarily have to. I'll say, man, I just, based on the history I briefly told you about, I've tried repeatedly to reconnect so the community is better served, but he sees them but doesn't respond, and I'm not going to beg. Oh, well. Basically told him life's too short to be fighting over petty crap or being bitter, and didn't get a response. I'm not going to beg because I wasn't the one in the wrong, just saying. But I think the community deserves better than the petty tension there. But it is what it is. Shall not lose sleep over it. Now, I've never said the whole story publicly, but there's no benefit for me doing that, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to take away from anybody, by God. He started a cooking show? You're serious? I had no idea. What night does he do that on? I didn't know he did cooking with Russ. I'll be damned. I couldn't do that because I can burn a salad. You don't want me to do a cooking show. I'll throw some crackers on the table, say, there you go. On Mondays, all right. Yeah, he has me blocked on Facebook, so I wrote to his Simply Wooden Creations page, and it shows that he saw it twice and hadn't responded. But oh well. Again, I shan't beg. I just don't think the community deserves to have tension like that between people running shows. I think it's a little too petty, but I can only speak for me. I can't speak for others, so there's that. We were very close for quite a few years. But I won't go into specifics because I think that would be more disrespectful for me trying to heal things. Aussie Man says, well, Monday my time. Josh Grover says, I've watched this show a couple times and commented on the chat a couple times and no response. Yeah, I mean, people and I know y'all are kidding with me when y'all do it, but people talk about how much I talk, but that's because I don't want people in the chat to not be acknowledged. I want them to know that I care, and I'm not comparing myself to Russ. I'm just saying I want people to know that I care enough, and I wouldn't be where I was without people. So that's why I make it a point to try to catch all the comments and questions. But that's not a dig on Russ. It's just me talking about how I roll. That's why y'all need to get me some more subscribers, Comcast. But I will say 9 times out of 10, not always, but I'm pretty confident somewhat. If you bring my name up, you definitely won't get a response unless you're talking about the time where when you asked, who do you recommend for portrait patterns, and he brought me up, that was flattering. That was around the time I tried to reconnect and heal, but I have tried repeatedly and keep getting blown off, and I shouldn't be the one trying because I wasn't in the wrong. That's just my opinion, but I'm going to leave it at that. Yeah. But yeah, I hope his show continued succeeding. I hope his new cooking show succeeds. Because me wishing anything other than success towards somebody is petty. So, by God, there's that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more cuts. And that one would be 9. Just out of view of the camera. And then we'll be done right here. And then we can move across the piece here. I had no idea the guy could cook. Unless he's not on the show alone. I don't know. The only part of these cuts on the edge that I'm being real careful with is where they go up to that border. I want it to be straight. Excuse me. if anybody has any comments or questions regarding Russ, I'll answer them. But aside from that, I'm not going to make it a point to spout a bunch of negative out there, because no negative is good necessarily. And we'll say I started the show a long time ago. He was my co-host, and we were both moderators on Steve Good Forum. But when I got tired of trying to dream up topics for a show, I encouraged him to start his own channel, and the rest is history. I won't take credit for where he's at, because that's on him. Where his success is his own. And the chat got all quiet on me. We got 14 people watching. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to throw them out there. I shall respond. If I don't know the answer, somebody in the chat probably does. If you're watching on Facebook, you can connect on YouTube. I go by Charles Deering Scroll there, or just Charles Deering Scroll. And if you can't find me into that, try Charles Deering. You should be able to find me. I hope you'll subscribe. Click on that bell to be notified. And if you want to connect on Facebook, I go by the Charles Deering, and that is all one word. Because Charles Deering was taken when I went on there. I also go by the Charles Deering on Instagram, but I'm not real active on there. I got one line there I forgot to bring back over to the edge of that big cut we did. Oh, Seaman says, it took me a year before I got responses too. I was in the chat when you used to be on Let's Talk Show. What, you're saying there was times you were on my show and I didn't respond to you? I'm trying to remember the names of the shows I had. I believe I started out with Scrolling with Charlie, and then I moved it to Maker's Mashup or something like that. Oh, so you're not saying that. Lawrence Aldridge says, check back later, everyone. Have fun, and as always, prayers. You too, Lawrence. Appreciate you being here. Dwayne21 says, I thought I would stop in and see how you're doing on Old John. Looking good. Thank you, Mr. Dwayne21. Appreciate that. Trying to stick with it as long as I can. My record is 11 hours. Maybe we'll see if we can beat that tonight. No promises, but we'll try. So I'm trying to reread Aussie Man's comment to make sure I understand it. Oh, when I was on Ruster's show. It's been a long time since I was on his show. Yeah, I like to acknowledge any and every comment unless people are talking to each other in the chat. Yeah, I wasn't on Russ's show very often. I don't remember when we parted ways as far as friendship goes. It's been quite a while. All right, let's get back on this here thing. Got this one line here. I've actually had a lot of disagreements with Lee Naden, but we usually heal and reconnect. But I'm not in a rush for that right now because whenever he's upset with me, he blocks me out of a bunch of groups, and I think that's petty. And I shouldn't be naming names, but I did. The one thing I'll tell everybody, I try not to air too much dirty laundry, which might sound like crap because of what I just said. But one thing I won't do is short anybody on their efforts, and I'll definitely never lie to people. I gain not a thing by lying, and you have to keep up with lies, and so telling the truth is a good thing. One of the things my dad taught me is a man's only as good as his word, and I believe that. That's when somebody lies over something stupid and petty. Oh well. That's what happened in the first situation, but I'm not going to go into more detail. As you can well imagine, I'm a free thinker and free talker, but I'm trying to respect privacy. What's blade of preference, sir? That would be number 5, flat-ended spirals by Flying Dutchman. The next size I go to is number 3. I don't generally go smaller than that because I cut billboards. Aussie Man says, well, you know what to do when you have a falling out with someone. Scroll on, scroller man, scroll on. That's exactly what we're doing here, by God. And we have one more cut here and then one down at the bottom over here, just out of camera view. It'll be this one over here, and then we'll be done over here, and we'll just start moving over this way. Whoops, hit the back of the saw, or the side of the saw, technically. Actually, I'm going to hold off on this one. No, I'm not, because we're close enough to these brads over here that I can get away with cutting this one out, I think. I guess we'll find out. All it means is that the piece will come up, the stack will come apart a little bit if I'm cutting it too soon. But y'all might be thinking, well, you could wait till last to cut it, but I don't want to because I'm in the area. I only have myself to blame, but that's all right too, by God. You're welcome, Dwayne. Let's all take a drink together. Come on. It is Dr. Pepper. I'm not trying to encourage alcoholism. I'm getting that thumping again in just a second. Thumping around the shop. I keep hearing thumping. It's like something happening over here. Yeah. This guy says you're breathtaking, by the way. Okay, it's a nice plan. I can't say too loud because I'm lying right now. I was getting ready to investigate the thumping. Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you want to see his moves? Huh? Do you want to see his moves? Yeah. Alright, that was my esposa. She wasn't thumping, so she's going to investigate the thumping because she's already out there and she's braver than I am. Just kidding about the braver than I am part. Oh, yeah, when I hear thumping, it makes me want to check and make sure I don't have to go out and whoop somebody's hind end, I tell you what. And Josh Grover says, don't think it might hurt too much. You're not wrong. Yes, Saucy Man, this is being double stacked. Because if I ever get good at selling, I'll have two of them to sell. All right. Interrupted my drink, by God. Not y'all, the thumping did. By the way, esposa means spouse in Spanish. Or wife, whatever. Anywho, someday I'll get her on this live stream if she has nothing better to do, but she's a gamer when she's not working. So prying her away from that's not very likely. But she's a sweetheart. And my real early shows of Scrolling with Charlie, you can see her. Even in the thumbnail of one of the videos shows her in it. She's prettier than all get out, if you ask me. Sweeter than dogs, not. By God. Yeah, I'm known for my romantic lingo. All right. Get this cut, and then we'll get the one down here, and by God, we'll move on over. So that's what we're working with, is stack cutting two pieces. Hopefully y'all can see that. It's probably blurred. Jameson Shoot says, wait, apparently somebody left. Just a sec. Sorry, Jameson. I'll catch up with you. John Nave says, I didn't care for that cooking show. Just my opinion. Yeah, I don't think I'd follow a cooking show either. That's just me, not because it's him. Dwayne21 says, glad to see I'm not the only one that drinks from 2 liters. That's funny right there. I thought I was the only one that did that. But it's nice to know I have another Dr. Pepper addict. Ian M says, oh, well, it's after midnight here in Scotland, so it's been good listening and learning. That all. Appreciate you, Ian. John Nave says, hashtag dog snot. Josh Grover says, I don't watch it anymore. Night in. Jameson Shoot says, do you tape the stacks together that you were cutting? No, sir, I Brad nailed them. That's what these, I don't know how well you can see them. I have black X. Well, let me show you the closest one. I have black X's showing y'all and me where the brad nails are holding the two pieces together, so that I'll cut those last. I'll wait till I'm done in that area. And that's what keeps the stack together. But I should wait till last to cut all of them, but I tend to cut them once I'm past that area. And that makes the stack a little loose at times, but all right. Yeah, I trust brad nails more than I do tape. And Steve Combs poked his head out of the dark to say night in. By God. And I need to check YouTube again, make sure I'm not being held for a review. Wow, still not held for review. We have 18 likes. I appreciate that. 1 thumbs down, but that's all right too, because not everybody likes me. It's an utter shock, I know. I thought I was so loved everywhere. Just kidding. All right, now I'm going to do this. I'm going to hold off on this piece right here because I have so much more in this area to do before I get to more brads. And I'll show you what I mean. Let me make sure I'm not going to bend the blade. I have, well, I don't know if you can see them all, but I have 1, 2, 3 brads here. and nothing else holding the stack together in this area here. So that's why I'm keeping the one in this lower left-hand corner until I get further that direction. Alright, so we're just going to start back up at the top here. I thought I forgot a pilot hole, but I did not. Didn't give myself enough credit there. And let me set the camera back in the right spot, by God. Sort of there. And Jameson Shoot says, I've been doing a lot of small stack cuts and have been taping them. I will look into brad nails. Yeah, if taping works for you, I wouldn't switch it. The reason why I use brad nails is because taping really only holds the edges. As large as I do my pieces, I want to hold some of the middle together too, because it eliminates the fuzziness, at least on the top piece. But yeah, you can pick and choose where it's held together with brad nails. But what I do also on the back side is I'll flip it over, and because I can't find the correct size brads to not poke through the back, so I will turn it over and I'll just bend the brads back and forth till they break, and then I'll use a hammer to make sure that they're not sticking out a little bit through the bottom so they don't gouge up the tabletop. And somehow I managed to move the comments out of view. Yeah, I have an electric brad nailer. Works for what I need, by golly. Now just for the sake of visuals, the reason why eventually I will turn this piece around where it'll be upside down to y'all. Right now, we're here. Right here is where the edge of the table, well, no, right here is where the edge of the table is. The further I get towards me with this gut in the way, I'll have to turn the piece because I don't want to have to arch way back or I won't be able to see. So there's that. Yeah, Josh Grover's saying what I was trying to say. He just says it quicker because I tend to babble. He says tape works well. Josh Grover's over on YouTube, by the way. You can't Facebookers can't see the YouTube comments, and YouTubers can't see the Facebook comments. He says tape works well for small pieces. Brads work better for larger pieces. And Jameson Shoot says, how thick are your boards? They're called 1/4 inch maple, but they're more like 3/16 each. They are. Let me get a piece of scrap and I'll show you. It's just a random piece of scrap here, but that's how thick they are. If I can get it on camera. That's one layer. Technically more like 3/16, but yeah, it's advertised as 1/4 inch. All right. And I'm using number 5 flat-ended spirals. I also use number 3 every now and then, but not on this piece yet. And the saw we're using is a 22-inch Hegner. And the brand is Flying Dutchman, by the way, on the blades. Oh. I tried Pegasus spirals and I liked them, but they were too brittle. They're sharper, but they're more brittle. So went back to old reliable Flying Dutchman. And for those that don't know, if you hear about blades called Niqua, they are the exact same blades, literally the exact same blades as Flying Dutchman. Flying Dutchman is just the name that was given to Niqua blades when they started being distributed in North America. So if anybody tells you otherwise, they are lying. Niqua and Flying Dutchman are exactly the same blade. Now, when I talk about the blades being brittle, I am referring to spiral blades from Pegasus. Most popular that I'm aware of flat blade for Pegasus is modified geometry, often referred to as MG. but I don't use flat blade. Also, man says, I don't like the Pegasus spiral blades. The brake clamping them in the saw. Yes, sir. They break very easily. I mean, I did a review of them a long time ago, and I loved them because they cut through thick wood like butter. But I didn't do enough cutting during that live stream. I believe it was live. I could be wrong. It was recorded live, showing everything in the on the camera at the same time. And I loved the Pegasus at the time, but I didn't do enough cutting to realize that they were so brittle. So I was not, blowing smoke when I told people how awesome the Pegasus spirals were. But after that, I realized how brittle they were and got tired of them. So I went back to Flying Dutchman. So I was not lying in that review. I'm a lot of things, but one thing I do not do to my friends, family, followers, fans, subscribers, whatever you want to call them, I will never lie unless I'm protecting somebody's secret, because I can be trusted. Just saying. Aussie Man says, but I do like their flat blade, especially their steel cutting blade. I didn't know they had a steel cutting blade, but I can't use a flat blade because I'm not a master scroller. Not with flat blades. I try to be with a spiral, but I'm still not perfect. Dagnabbit. Jameson Sheet says, that is about how thick my boards I have been using. Sweet. Yeah, I prefer to cut thin wood. It just goes quicker. I mean, spirals will cut thicker wood, obviously, but it's less resistance against you when you're doing thin wood. But the more stack you have, the longer it takes. I did a triple stack on one of my live streams, or a couple of my live streams, where I was doing a horse walking, and it was a very somewhat simple pattern, but it took for freaking ever because it was triple stacked. That's why it took me 3 live streams. What surprises me, Bill, by you saying that that your comments aren't being acknowledged, or anybody that's saying that when you're watching the Let's Talk Shop with, oh God, if I could talk, we'd be doing good. When you're talking about the Let's Talk Shop with Russ show, he has on average 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 people on his panel. You would think somebody would acknowledge your comments, and I don't understand that, but I can't. That's not me dogging anybody. I just don't understand the comments not being acknowledged, because that's one of the top priorities for me. I do miss some of them every now and then, especially when I was just doing live feeds on Facebook. I was terrible being able to keep up with the comments because I was using my phone and it was so dang small. But I also try to acknowledge to people that I sometimes miss them anyway. Awesome Man says, I hand cut some metal gears and their blades last longer. Good to know. Jameson Shoot says, I have been using mostly flat blades, but not as much detail as yours. Yeah, I get it. I mean, the detail I use, you have to somewhat kind of large, and that requires spirals. So I get that, Jameson. If somebody wanted me to cut a portrait out of or cut anything with a flat blade, they would be sorely disappointed in the results, because I've used flat blades one time, and I did it live on my channel, one of my earlier videos. That is very laughable. If anybody wants to look at that, I believe the title of it is something along the lines of me trying flat blades for the first time. And it was during one of my shows. I can't tell you which episode or anything like that. And Aussie Man says they do now. All right. We have 16 people watching. If y'all have any comments or questions, let me know. If you're watching on Facebook, you can't see the YouTube comments. If you're watching on YouTube, you can't see the Facebook comments. And if you're watching on any page on Facebook, I cannot see your comments unless you're commenting from my actual profile page. I can see them later, but not during the live stream. So please don't think you're being ignored, because I never intentionally ignore anybody unless they're being a butt nugget. Awesome Man says, after I showed some of my work, they all started to reply to chat much more. Because you might have been just a number, but I can't speak for anybody. But and Jameson Shoot says, I'm not, and the pieces are not as big of boards. All right, makes sense. Yeah, a lot of the people on Russ Clarity's panel I consider friends. But I've never asked any friends to choose sides. That's not how I roll. I'm not going to name names, but one of the people on this panel I used to be friends with, but I saw him giving somebody crap for a religious post. You know, and I get that there's some people out there that don't want to see religious posts, but to give somebody crap about it, I unfriended his ass and blocked him. Like, I'm not going to tolerate somebody disrespecting somebody just because they don't agree with their post. And I'm not referring to Russ Clarity on that, by the way. But I won't name the other person. Let me catch up on comments here. Stanley Langford, hello, sir. Watching over on Facebook, says, howdy, bros. Been in the shop, but ran out of heat, so I'm in. Let's scroll on, bro. Absolutely. Appreciate you being here. Damerson Shoot says, I've done sparrows on large Florida special plaque. First promotion. Good to know. Awesome Man says, I have had nothing but good from the show. I like it. I assume you're talking about Let's Talk Shop with Russ. I don't know. Jameson Shoot says, time for me to go eat supper. Have fun scrolling. Absolutely. Appreciate you dropping by, sir. Stanley Langford says, you're coming along very nicely, bro. Well, thank you, brah. I'm trying. We're going to see how long we can go. My record is 11 hours. We'll see if I have that kind of energy. I think it was 11 hours and 2 minutes or something like that. But we'll call it 11 hours because who needs that extra 2 minutes anyway? Before that, the record was 10 and a half. Before that, it was 8 or 8 and a half. Or no, it was around 7 hours and 40 something minutes. But anyway. I believe the 11-hour one was when we were working on the Founding Fathers. The 8-hour one, or 7-hour 40-something minute, was a long time ago, and that was working on Harley Quinn. But I don't remember which project was the 10.5-hour live feed. Anywho, Aussie Man says yes. All right. By the way, I've been on live shows before out in the chat, asking a question or making a statement, not getting acknowledged in it, so I know how it feels to not be acknowledged. So that's why I try to acknowledge everybody. It kind of makes you feel unimportant as a viewer, in my opinion. And I don't want anybody to leave that way feeling that way here. That's why I encourage anybody with any comments or questions, if you have them, throw them on out there. I will respond. Josh Grover says, is there a reason you skipped the cuts up on the horse's ear? I haven't gone that far yet, because I cut the eye because it was the eye, and I cut these out to reduce weight. But right now I'm pretty much working on everything this direction, and then when I flip the piece around, so that's why I skipped that. There's a braid here and there's a braid there. But yeah, that's the reason why I skipped it, is because I didn't want to have the piece upside down too long. I just did it long enough to do the eye area and that over there to reduce a little bit of weight. Didn't help much, but that would be why. John Nave says, that is what makes your show the best. Well, thank you. Checks in the mail, just don't cash it. All right, I sat too long, so let's take us a drink. If you're hearing chattering, it's because my hands aren't near the middle where the blade is. It would be less chattering if I had my hands up close, but I'm steering with the edge of the piece. Because when you get up near areas that you've already cut, it's going to chatter more. You kind of hear that coming off the table because it's not completely flat. And where are we at? Leonard Davis has joined us. Hello, Leonard Davis. He says, comment, hi Charles, hello. Question, how are you feeling? I'm feeling plumb spiffy, which means good. Thank you for asking. Josh Grover says he was just wondering because he saw the eye and the big cut. Yep, that was strictly just to get part of the horse done. Stanley Langford says, sweet tea for me. People saying hello to Leonard. Aussie Man said, it doesn't bother me if I don't get acknowledged. I just keep cracking jokes till they do. Yeah, I agree, but to me, it's a little annoying not to be acknowledged, not because I'm an attention whore, it's because, I'm taking the time to comment. It's nice to get acknowledged, but I don't lose sleep over it. But if it happens a lot, it wears thin on me. And a bunch of people saying hello to Leonard. And he says, Awesome Man says, if I get kicked off anywhere, I just smile and go out in the shop and scroll on, by God. Well, I'm pretty confident you'll never get kicked off in here, by God. Woodden says, Charles, your live stream has helped to make me a better scroller. Well, I appreciate that. I hope I also have helped a couple people broaden their sense of humor, because I am an acquired taste for some. I appreciate that. I'm not for everybody, or I wouldn't be losing a bunch of subscribers, but that's all right too. Sometimes I'm mature, sometimes I crack a bunch of corny jokes, and sometimes I completely lose it. And that's sometimes the most fun for people. But if you're looking for maturity 100% of the time, you will not find it here unless I'm on PBS. And I don't see that happening. Yeah, and John Nave is kind of saying how I feel. He says, Bill, to me, it means your comment matters, by God. Yeah, I think if people take the time to comment or ask a question, it should be acknowledged, because you shouldn't have a chat on your show if you're not going to acknowledge it. I'm not pointing to a specific show. I'm going to stretch my back a little bit. I'll give somebody $1 million if you can massage my back right now. Don't take that seriously. Somebody's going to knock on my shop door and I have no money to pay them. Hashtag train wreck. But it's a fun train wreck, isn't it? Work with me here. I'm paying you good money. That was a joke. I don't know if it's worthy of bragging or not, but I'm pretty confident I'm the only scroller out there doing constant live streams, and one that has done it for 11 hours, by God. I guess it could be seen as bragging, but that's okay. I'm usually dogging myself, so it's about time I've complimented myself. But whether or not it's a good thing is up to y'all, by God. John Nave says, Charles isn't, but I will not say out of respect. And Woodden says, choo choo, referring to the train wreck. Stanley Langford says, knock, knock, knock. I'm not entirely sure what that's about. Back later, going to eat. Save some for the rest of us, or at least me, Stanley. Oh, food sounds so good right now. Food is good. All right, let's get back on this. Again, any vibration you're saying is because I'm not flush to the table there, and there's some cutouts already done. If I thought it was going to break, I'd have my hands closer. It's vibrating a little too much. I'm not afraid of it breaking, but it's hard to keep near the line if it's vibrating too much. I don't know if y'all remember when I tell y'all that when I get tired, it's all of a sudden and it's starting to happen. So we're gonna do a couple more cuts, and I'll probably end the live stream. Hopefully, I'll wake up at a decent hour and can continue. But I can't if I come back and do another live stream, it may not be at a decent hour for the United States folks. But it depends on how I feel. But my meds make me tired, and it's never gradual. Let me catch up on the comments here. Excuse me. John Nave says, all aboard. Tickets, have your tickets ready. He's referring to the train wreck. Josh Grover says, John, who said we had to have tickets for the train ride? By golly, y'all just all jump on and hold on real tight. Woodden says, is this first class or coach? It's all coach, buddy. Nothing high class here. Steve Combs says, cheers, John. John Nave says, Josh is buying the tickets, guys. All aboard. Josh Grover says, Dennis, we're probably all kicked out in there in the boxcar. That's funny right there. That's funny right there. No, you don't have to have any tickets to ride this train wreck. It's pays for itself. I hope. Leonard Davis says your decent hour is different than anyone else. Agreed. Well, what I mean by a decent hour is before like midnight. You know, let's say 8, 9 a.m., 7 to 7 a.m. ish, up till about midnight is decent hours for me, for the U.S. viewers. But every now and then I'll be really bored real late at night, like 2:30 in the morning, which I guess would be in the morning. So I've been known to do live streams around that time, but I know the U.S. viewers don't get to watch it in real time unless they're awake, and a couple times they are. But I may cut one more cut, and then we'll probably end this live stream just because I'm suddenly getting tired. I hate that too, because I was hoping we could stick with this one a lot longer, but it is what it is. And I hate that there's 15 people watching and I'm about to end it, but I'll have to nap. The joys of being on meds that can make you drowsy. And it's never gradual. So we shall cut this cut. Again, this piece is 24 by 30.5 inches. Using flat-ended number 5 spirals. Flat-ended by Flying Dutchman, and we're using a Hegner scroll saw, 22 inch. But I guess that works out for some people, because some of y'all are talking about the Let's Talk Russ with Russ show. So y'all have that to fall back on. And did I call it Let's Talk Russ with Russ? Why, yes, I did. One thing you'll learn about these live streams is I never do any cuts off the air, so to speak. So where we left off is where we left off. No cuts happen without y'all. That's why it takes me longer to get done, because I only want to do them on live streams. Leonard Davis says, not worried about the tickets, but who's going to buy the drinks? That's not on me. Josh Grover says, scroll on, Master Scroller. Well, I appreciate that compliment, sir. If it's Dr. Pepper, it's Charles. Cam Boylan says, good night, cowboy. Well, by God, I appreciate every dang one of y'all for being here. And I I really don't. This is why I don't schedule. I don't have a set schedule for when I do my live feeds because my sleep schedule is so sporadic. But hopefully I can wake up at a somewhat decent hour. But if you're up late, God knows I might be scrolling. You just never know, because I don't know what time I'll wake up, but I will wake up at some point. Hopefully. If not, then that's just a whole nother topic. But I appreciate y'all watching, and if you're not subscribed, you have to hope you'll go over to YouTube under Charles Deering Scroll or just Charles Deering, and hopefully you'll subscribe over there and click that bell to be notified. If you want to connect on Facebook, I go by the Charles Deering. That's all one word. But I appreciate everybody being here. It means more than y'all know. You might know because I try to let y'all know how I'm feeling. And scroll on right back to everybody. Well, I shouldn't have said that yet, because I usually end the show by pointing at the camera, or at least saying scroll on, but I'm close enough I can point, by God. But I appreciate everybody being here. Y'all come back on next time, by God, and in the meantime, scroll on.